Good evening and welcome to SimShed Broadcasting. My name is JP Courier and tonight we're going to be broadcasting the ESIA Endurance Championship Prologue from Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen, what can we say about Watkins Glen? Watkins Glen is pretty much the spiritual home of road racing in the United States, with crowds flocking to see top racing drivers from all over the world. Tonight we're going to be bringing you a multi-class race with the LMP1, LMP2 GTEs in the Pro and Am series. So it promises to be some pretty great racing. We're going to get stuck into it now. They've been qualifying for half an hour. We're going to join them now and see how qualifying's been going. Before we do that, let's have a look at a little bit of track information there. So weather seems to be 22 degrees, 66% humidity, clear skies with 11 km/h winds. Should make for some pretty good racing as the track starts to heat up and the grip starts to go away from them. So let's get stuck in. Let's have a look and let's see what's going on. So a few of the P2 cars there out on qualifying at the moment. Let's have a look and see how they've been going so far. Let's see who's topping the leaderboard. Looks like Newman Sim Racing Green have done a great job here. Last lap a 1:31.76. Their best lap a 1:31.18. And just to show you how close things are, I'm reading a 1:31.18 for Ramada Motorsport LMP. So that is very, very close indeed. There is nothing in this. They are 5/1000ths of a second off the Newman Sim Racing Green pace, and they're out again for their lap. So let's have a look and see how these guys are doing. Now I'm going to be with you for the entire race. I'm on my own tonight, streaming, broadcasting and commentating, so there will be a little bit of silence here and there as I get myself together. It's good evening from me from Australia. It's 11:35 p.m. on a Sunday night here. For some of you around the world it's going to be morning, some of you it's going to be afternoon, so I hope you're having a great day, evening, afternoon, whatever it is. I'm going to be with you for the next 6.5 hours, bringing you this exciting race. These guys here at Ramada Motorsport are on a flying lap. They're not quite getting their lap together just yet. They're showing 3 yellow sectors. Let's see how they're going to fare for the last 3 sectors of the lap here. Coming up towards the final corner. Let's see what they do. Let's see if they can improve their time. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. No, they don't, with their last lap time 1:31.20. So that's showing some consistency though. Really good consistent laps from them, but not quite there. Let's go down and see a few other people and see how they're going. Full Send Racing are in the pits. So it looks like the GTE Pro and Am are in the pits. The LMP1 or P1s are in the pits as well, waiting to for their opportunity. The P1s are waiting for their opportunity to qualify, so it should be some exciting times when they're out and about doing their thing. Let's go see if we can follow some other people. Newman Sim Racing seem to be sitting in the pits there. They're fairly confident that they've got a good time. Will they come out? I don't know, but I guess we'll see. German Sim Racing seem to be on a fairly decent lap here. Let's follow them, see how they're going. Ramada have got a purple sector and 2 and 3 yellow sectors now. They may improve on their time. We'll see. Let's have a look as they come through. See if they're able to improve on their time. They may just be able to. No, they don't. With a 131.20. So once again, still keeping those consistent laps, but not quite able to get to that first spot. TCR has started out with a green sector, now they've got a yellow sector. So let's see how they're going to fare. And there we see the lap times of the fastest cars. So Newman Sim Racing with their fastest lap of a 1:31.175, with Ramada Motorsport LMP2 behind them with a 1:31.196. So there's nothing in it at all. TCR 1:31.478. So really these first three, there's nothing in it at all. They can still go either way, although Newman Sim Racing seem to be fairly confident. They're in the pits now, they're not out. Hello Salvatore, great to see you with us. Hope you can stick it out for the 6 hours. Let me know if I'm not loud enough, if the cars aren't loud enough, if I'm too loud. I'm normally sitting behind the cameras and directing the action, and I have commentators, but unfortunately in Australia everyone's asleep now. No one wants to commentate because no one wants to be up for the next 6 hours and then have to go to work on a Monday morning, so I'm stuck with the job of doing the whole lot. But I'll do my best for you and I'll bring you as much of the action as I can. Stefan, hello, how are you? Where are you from, guys? Let me know. What part of the world are you in? We're in Australia here. Really happy to be broadcasting the ESIA Endurance Championship. This looks like it's going to be a really good year. Really exciting racing going on. There are some top drivers in this series, and we're in for an exciting race. Bit quiet. Let's see if I can raise my volume. You just let me know. You let me know if that's a bit better. I'll keep going. Let's see if we can get a little bit more volume here. I'm probably at quiet time now, so. And it looks like the P1s, LMP1s are lining up to start their qualifying run. But we're going to follow them and see how they go. How's that? Is that a little bit better for you now? The first of the cars are out. Let's follow them as they go out for their outlap and see what they can do. Beautiful countryside there in New York State. Watkins Glen, they're running the classic boot layout tonight, so there'll be 6 hours of racing there. Thanks, Stefan. Well, if it's not, feel free to let me know. If something's too quiet or something's too loud or something's not working, feel free to let me know, guys. as I get tired. I've got my coffee here, my thermos of coffee. As I get tired, I might sort of start falling asleep. So if you hear some rumbling sounds, that's probably me snoring. But ignore that and just keep watching the race and keep enjoying the action, because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of it. Let's see how we're going in qualifying now. How much longer have we got? You'll have plenty of time here, 15 minutes, sorry, 20, it looks like 19 minutes worth of qualifying time as the cars go around to start their first flying lap. And it looks like already Dogs is on a they look like they're on a purple sector, so they're going to be on a quick one straight out of the box. RSR Esports seems to be behind them, following them quite nicely. This looks like this is going to be a very nice lap, a very tidy lap. Another purple sector there. And here we are coming through the last corner onto the main straight. Let's see how they fare. That should put them straight up to the top of the times. And it certainly does. 1:23.04. Let's see. Anyone has an answer for that. 1:25.11 is the next time from CQR Club, so Sorg Rennsport is absolutely all over this qualifying session. They seem to be happy enough. It almost looks as though they're backing out. Let's see if we can get a ride along with these guys. Amazing talent to drive these hybrids, work the hybrid system as well as everything else. Couple more purple sectors there, so the own purple sector, TQ purple sector. Beautiful lines there. Aussie Racer, thanks for staying up and following. Why didn't you volunteer to come and commentate with me, mate? But we'll have a good time tonight. We'll have some fun with this, guys. Let's go through the field and see what everyone else is doing. Looks like TQ Engineering are in the pits. They might come out for another go. And there we go, TQ Engineering red, a 1:22.90. They seem to be happy with that lap. They've stopped at the end of the main straight there. That was a beautiful lap. You've got a league race in 1 hour. Well, you're like me, you're a glutton for punishment. What league are you racing in, Aussie Racer? And at this stage, sort of looks like a lot of these guys come in. TQ Engineering is out Trying to see what they can do. TQ Engineering Red have just done well. They've done a 122.9, so they've qualified at the top of the timing sheet. TQ Engineering are currently third, with Sorg Rensport Esport in second, and they look like they're out on the flyer as well. Do they have an answer for TQ Engineering Red? We'll see shortly. US Indy League. Okay, well, good luck, Aussie Race. I hope you do well. Where are you racing, mate? Sorg, 2 green sectors, now a yellow. Can they pick up some more greens? Can they pick up, they might need at least a purple or maybe all greens from here on in to really have a crack at TQ Engineering Red. Let's see where they wind up. And that puts them to the top of the table with a 122.77. So they've just pipped TQ Engineering Red. And will TQ Engineering Red come out for another go? Let's follow them. They're out. See what they could do. So both the TQ Engineering cars almost, not quite, but almost line astern, within sight of each other. Yeah, that's nice, man. Very cool. There is a live timing link from SDK. Bear with me and I'll get it for you. And here's a live timing link. Let me know if it works. I was having trouble with making it work before, so hopefully it will be working now. TQ Engineering Red, all yellows at the moment. TQ Engineering behind them in green, so they are in danger of actually losing that second spot. No, it doesn't look like it. They're going to go around for another go. Sorg is doing their thing as well. Coming down to the last 10 minutes of qualifying. There's still plenty of time to qualify here for these guys. Is there anything left on the table? That's the question. Sorg does marginally better, a 122.768. And TQ Engineering Red didn't have an answer for that on that lap. That's awesome, guys. Thanks for letting me know. I was having problems with the live timing earlier on this evening, but obviously it looks like it's fixed itself, so that's fantastic. Sorg doesn't seem to look at this stage like they're going to make any advances on their best time, although they're fairly safe at the moment. Their last lap, which was their best lap, a 122.7, TQ Engineering's best lap or best time was a 1:22.9, so they're 0.2 of a second down. That's not much. Can they do something? Do they have an answer? And it doesn't look like they do at this stage. We're coming to the tail end of qualifying here. Thanks Sim Racer Max. Plenty of help from the guys at SDK Gaming. Plenty of help from the guys from ESIA Endurance. We've got plenty to do. We've got, you know, as the season progresses, we'll just keep improving and keep trying to make this better. I'll try and see if I can convince some people to stay awake and give you some real commentary rather than my second-hand commentary. I seem to be better with the working the cameras and doing the directing than I am with the commentary, but we'll do the best we can tonight. Sorg, another purple sector from Sorg there with a green sector as well. So are they on a fast one? Let's have a look now. Let's see where they end up. 1:22.4, and looks like they really have sealed the deal here with less than 8 minutes left for qualifying. No, I'm not. I'm actually in Queensland, so we're the state that's 10 years and 1 day behind everyone else. So it's almost midnight here in Queensland. So we're getting into Monday. So by the time this race is over, I think I'm going to be feeling fairly second hand, but we'll see how we can hold out. Hey Joker Sim Racing, how are you guys? You guys in this one tonight? Yes, you are. All the best for the race tonight. I can see where you guys have qualified. So you guys are 6th in your category. So good luck tonight. 6 hours. There's a lot of racing ahead of you. Ah, cool. Small world. So what are we looking at here? Is Sorg going to have another go? TQ are trying their hardest. RSR Esports, they're coming up from nowhere with all green boxes at the moment. No, they couldn't make it stick. Let's check it out. Is Sorg going to have another run at this? See how he does for the first sector. Does he come out? Yellow box, okay. Still got 4 more sectors to play with. But at the moment, he has absolutely sealed the deal with a 1:22.49. Call it a 1:22.5. I'm not going to split hairs over 1/100ths of a second. Okay. I moved from New South Wales. Jesus, how long was that for me? Probably around the same. Actually, probably around the same time. I think it was actually 1996 that I moved from New South Wales to Queensland. Well, first league, you should enjoy it. Racing's always top notch with these leagues. Guys, you've got a long race ahead of you. 6 hours to go. A lot of racing, a lot of things can happen. So keep your heads keep your heads about you, and you never know, you might be in there with a chance, you know, come the last hour or two, and then you can really start pushing and racing hard. These long endurance races, very, very difficult. Sorg, there we go, they've hit a purple sector here, so they're on another flyer. These long endurance races, so different from the shorter endurance races, so different from sprint races. It's all about being able to stay on the lead lap and conserve the car, so you're able to race for that last hour, 2 hours. You really can then start pushing and maneuvering for position. No, Sorg has gotten straight out of it. TQ. And that looks like TQ. Is that TQ red that we're looking at there? A green box, a purple box. What's going on here? What are we looking at? No, this is TQ Engineering. They're on a flyer, green, purple and yellow. So can they move themselves up? Another yellow sector there. Unfortunately, not good enough. Still a good lap. That's their best lap for 1:23.1, but not good enough to get out of third place. Yep, I know Curry. I grew up in Hornsby. There we go. Sorg taking maybe one last crack at it. DQ Engineering Red is still out. Looks like they've decided to roll out, or are they going to have another go? And they're pushing on. Sorg are pushing on as well, but it doesn't look at this stage as though they're going to make any headway from their best lap, so they may pull out of it early and go straight back to the pits. But at the moment we've got Sorg Red Sport, TQ Engineering Red, TQ Engineering, Old Dog Racing are all out on track. Lone Wolf Motorsport, L1 Esports and RSR Esports in the pit. So let's see if these guys either come into the pit or they're going to press on. No, Sorg's going to press on. No improvement there from his best lap. Let's see where the rest of the guys. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Very, very small world. What team do you race with, Aussie Racer? DQ Engineering Red just posted their best lap on their very last lap of 1:22.7. TQ Engineering coming up behind them. And it looks to me like they've rolled out of that lap. And that's qualifying done and dusted. So once again tonight, racing Watkins Glen, the classic boot layout. Looks like temperatures are still fairly cool. Track temps around 23 degrees, so that's going to be for some fast racing starting out this evening. So we'll see how that all pans out. Cars will be gridding up soon. And when the qualifying session ends, we'll bring you... Oops. Go back to live here. We don't need that. Let's have a look at the race grid. So, taking pole position for this race, Sorg, Rensport, Esports with TQ Engineering Red in second, TQ Engineering in third, Old Dogs Racing in fourth, Lone Wolf Motorsport in fifth, L1 Esports, LMP1 in sixth. We'll go to the P2s, which is Newman Sim Racing. Newman Sim Racing in pole for their class with Ramada Motorsport, ESIA Racing and TCR in the P2 category. In the GT Pro category, we're looking at Full Send Racing with LN1 Esport and German Sim Racing in third. SK Motorsport are well and truly up there for their category, sitting in fourth in the GT category, with L1 Esports Red in second and TT Motorsports in third. So let's get ready. Let's get on track and get into it for the action. Feel free to drop names. We're not competitive. We welcome everyone and anyone. There's room for all of us in this sim racing community, and we don't consider ourselves competition for anyone. Thanks, Aussie Racer. Good luck to yourself as well, mate. Here we go. We're off on the warm-up lap. And so for those that aren't aware, each class sets off on its own with about a 5 second gap to the class behind. I could stand corrected on that though. So there are our car classes, P1, P2, GT Pro and GT Am. That will give you the colour recognition, so when you're looking at the timing you'll be able to easily see who's in what class. And as you see, as they come closer, closer to the start-finish line, they'll start to bunch up a little bit more. And then we will be racing. 6 hours of racing in the ESIA Endurance Championship, the Prologue here at Watkins Glen International, the classic boot course. That long drive down and then that nice sweeping bend into what they call the boot. We'll bring up the timing screen when they come across. We're getting ready to race. Here we go. 2 more turns. Safety car will be in. Safety car lights are out. And we will be racing at Watkins Glen in the ESIA Endurance Championship. And here we go. Sorgren Sports leads them down. Nice early jump, and we are underway. And here we go for the P2. Everyone in P1 came through nice and cleanly. Same with P2. Nice clean start from everyone. And here we have the GT Pro and GT Am coming through. Probably the biggest field. And at this stage it looks like everyone has gotten through nice and clean. Fantastic start to the race. Lots of racing to go from here on in. And we have our first incident. What's happened here? Everybody got through nice and cleanly. No, it looks like we've missed it, but there is a GT car which did hit the wall, but they're all up and running. No safety car called. And we're still racing under green. A few early movers there, not so much going on. Everybody realises that this is a 6-hour race. Covering themselves off nicely. No one's making a breakaway yet. Everybody knows that they just have to keep things nice and clean, stay on the lead lap, and then the racing will start. Another car here seems to have had a little moment. They're back on track. Doesn't look like they've got too much damage. Now we've got the right events now. Now I can show you what's going on. Couple of nice little battles there. Looks like Sorg Rensport, TQ Engineering Red. They're already breaking out to a small lead, putting a little bit of pressure on Sorg Rensport there. And they're already starting to come up onto the slower GT cars, so this is really going to play into someone's hands. These GT cars are going to have to pay attention, and looks like Sorg's got a really good run there. TQ Engineering Red just got caught in a bit of traffic. That's dropped him down a little bit, and this is where, I guess, as much as anything else, tactics comes into play. If you can get through those cars at the right moment and block off your opponent, they can sort of start falling down the pack, which is what's actually happening here with TQ Engineering Red. As you can see, they've dropped down a little bit. They're just getting caught in the wrong part of the track to overtake cars. So that gap now has grown out from about 0.4, 0.5 of a second to 1.2 seconds. So you can see in the space of half a lap how that really played into the hands of Sorg. But now he's got plenty of cars. They both have plenty of cars that they have to work through. So will this enable... No, it looks like... I was going to say, will this enable TQ Engineering to sort of find a gap and get back onto Sorg, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They've really sort of been caught out in the worst possible moments on the track with the gaps there, and they're now almost 2 seconds down on Sorg Racing. Let's have a look here. A couple of other nice little battles here. Newman Sim Racing or Ramada Motorsport. About 0.5 of a second there gap. To give you an idea of how, I guess, busy this track is, let's have a quick look and see if I can find a track map. I can actually show you, and there you have it, the cluster of cars that are just absolutely all over this track, and you'll see as the race progresses, all those cars will just spread out and almost cover the entire track. And you can see there the gap between Newman and Ramada is just ebbing and flowing. Got it out to about 7/10 of a second now, and once again he's coming up along some slower traffic, and it looks like the car that he's coming up on has got a little bit of aero damage there. Don't know what's happened to him, but it's obviously going to have affected him. Thanks for everyone joining us tonight, wherever you are around the world. Hello from Australia here, so we're now 12:15 8 minutes into this 6-hour race, so there is a heck of a lot of racing that's going to that still has to occur. So we haven't even started. Let's see if we can go through the field and find some more battles, and there seems to be a good one here. German sim racing, LE Sports, about 0.2 of a second there. And German sim racing is really coming under some pressure. He's been able to bring that gap out though. Half a second. And it seems for this track that the BMW M8 in the GT class cars may have been the pick of the bunch. They're currently occupying the first 4 spots, with Full Send Racing in first, German Sim Racing currently in second, L1 Esport in third, and the first of the GT Amateurs, SK Motorsport, in fourth. Up the front of the field, we've got Sorg Rennsport once again, with about almost a 2-second gap on TQ Engineering, and it looks like those guys have cleared out from the rest of the field, with Old Dog Racing in third, about 5 seconds behind them. Not sure what happened to TQ Engineering. They've fallen right down the order. Maybe they had a moment. Maybe they're carrying a bit of damage. Let's have a look at them. No, they seem to be okay. Maybe they had themselves a moment, got turned around or something like that. We missed that, but we'll keep an eye out and see how they go. In the P2s, we've got Newman Sim Racing, and now they're coming onto a slower car here, and they are being absolutely harassed by Ramada Motorsport as well. So 0.2 of a second there, and they are trying to get past that GT Ferrari, that GTE, and not having any luck at all. Now they're going to be able to get past them, and Newman is covering hard. And we might have fantastic racing. Both of them side by side. Looks like we're going to have a change for the lead in the P2 class here. Both of them give each other enough racing room. That's just showing really good respect between those races. And you can just see that speed differential between the GTEs and the HPDs. So far everyone's been very, very well behaved. Long race, no need to do anything silly at this stage. Keep the car on the black stuff, and keep yourself in a good position to be able to battle for places getting closer towards the end of the race. Then we're seeing some great battles throughout with these cars trying to negotiate their way through the traffic, being very patient, which is great to see. No one really sort of taking any unnecessary risks at this stage. No one needing to take any unnecessary risks at this stage. And as you can see, let's go down. Let's have a look at TQ Engineering. They're making their way back up to the back of the P1 train, negotiating through traffic, getting through there nice and cleanly. Everything seems to be working nicely for them. Let's go back to the track map and see if the field has started to spread out a little bit. And as you can see, as predicted, and it's only been 16 minutes of racing, they are starting to slowly spread out. And if things keep going the way they are, and there's no reason for me to believe that it won't, everyone's being really good at the moment, we're going to see this track littered with cars all over the circuit, getting through the race as the race progresses. So following on with TQ Engineering here, they've fallen down 6 places. They're starting to try. They've made their way back to the I guess the end of the P1 train, and now they're just trying to close in. They've got about a minute gap on the car in front of them. We've got Gold Racing Team LMP1 as well, who have fallen down. Let's have a look at them and see what's going on here. They don't look to be carrying any damage. Let's see if we can take a closer look at the cameras here. They seem to be alright. Was that a strategic move? Maybe they started with a lighter tank and had an early stop. I don't know. This will be very interesting to see what happens with these guys and where they sort of come out at the end of all of this. And they're working hard, working through the traffic. Hardest thing for them, of course, is to try to get through all of those cars that are in front of them, all of those slower cars, while not taking too many unnecessary risks. And that's the name of the game in this kind of racing. Very nice. Cleared a few cars there on the main straight, and they're making their way quickly once again towards the back of the P1 train. Have a look here. Ramada seems to have cleared out a little bit from Newman Sim Racing. They're now about 1.3 seconds ahead of Newman Sim Racing. They're doing really well. And at this stage, Full Send Racing look like they've checked out again. They're almost about 5 seconds ahead of L1 Esports. So they've got a handy little lead there. It's just a matter for them to be able to keep building on that lead, slowly eking out more and more of a gap. If they can do that and they can maintain, well, they're looking pretty good. Once again, lots of racing to go, so certainly won't be predicting any finishing positions at this stage. First of our GT amateur class, SK Motorsport. They've got a fairly handy lead as well on L1 Esports Red, which is another amateur class car, so they're doing very well as well. All the cars seem to be circulating nicely. I believe the front really hasn't changed much. Once again, Sorg have that 2-second lead over TQ Engineering Red. It hasn't really gone one way or the other for quite a few laps. Their last lap, 125.5, 125.1 from TQ Engineering. So they made up a few, tenths there, 4/10 of a second. But once again, that could be attributed to traffic. That slowly at that stage, slowly sort of ekes out to about 2.3, 2.4 seconds, and it looked like on the latter part of the lap, TQ Engineering Red sort of make up a little bit of time on Sorg Rennsport. These guys have got a handy margin to Old Dog Racing. They're now about 6 seconds ahead of Old Dog Racing, who themselves are about 4.5 seconds ahead of RSR Esport. So the field is starting to sort of spread out a little bit as the racing starts to go on, and it seems to be looking the same across the board. Ramada Motorsport and Newman Sim Racing been racing close since the beginning. They've now got about a 7.3 second margin over TCR. Some fairly close racing going on here. So while Full Send Racing at the head of this this class have got a handy lead, German Sim Racing, L1 Esport, and even SK Motorsport are locked in a tight little battle here between the three of them. And at this stage, L1 Esport could be using German Sim Racing for a bit of a tow, help them with their fuel saving, maybe playing a little bit of a fuel strategy game. Looks like we've had a crash here. We'll see if we could go to it. Oh, and it's Sorg! And that has really changed the complexion of the race. Nicholas Schneider tried to get past the slower car, unfortunately just became the first victim of the slower car, and that puts TQ Engineering Red in first place, and that's how quickly the complexion of these races can change. As you saw, Sorg was having a fairly handy lead. They were maintaining a 2-second lead and just mistimed an overtake on a car. Not their fault, through no fault of their own, and there you go. They're now sitting in the pits, probably with quite a bit of repair on their car. Let's go and see if we can have a look at their car. And as you can see, it is in pretty poor shape, and they'll probably try to get that car repaired, but really they're certainly not going to get the kind of speed and the aero that they had out of that car when it was nice and straight. Matter of fact, I might even say that their day is done. So it'll be interesting to see if they tough it out and bring the car back out on track. That is really hard braking for them. They were doing a fantastic job so early in the race. That's motor racing though. I mean, that can come out of nowhere and absolutely bite hard, and excuse me, this kind of racing really does have consequences when you get it wrong or when you mistime yourself. Now this is interesting because this is brought Old Dogs within 2.5 seconds of TQ Engineering Red, so they must have seen that accident, and I'd say they would have slowed down a fair bit to avoid any potential blowback onto them. And we see this 3-car battle is still going. Not much has changed there. They've still got around about the same kind of gap as they had. That was a very ambitious move around the outside. A little bit of grass there, but he managed to keep the momentum and didn't get the car slide out on him. So well done. Another nice little battle there between L1 Esport Red and RGT Racing. So we've got a GT amateur car leading a GT Pro car. And looks like we've had another crash here. Let's have a look, Thomas. And just caught the back wheel, just caught the grass and speed him across the track into the fence. And another victim of Watkins Glen. At the same time, like Brandon Wilson has had a moment there. He is in the pits. Don't know if we'll be able to pick that up. So it's starting to happen. Really good racing. Looks like this may have been what we saw before. Yes, it was. Some really good racing to start off with, and now we're seeing a few mistakes set in. And this is interesting. Old Dog's Racing has got a sniff now. The old dog has got a sniff. And he's starting to close in slowly on TQ Engineering Red. As I said that, of course, he's pulled out a little bit more of a gap, so it's now sort of floating between 2.5 to 2.3 seconds. So let's see if Old Dogs can do anything there and start working at closing the gap. This has not changed much for the whole race there. Ramada Motorsport and Newman Sim Racing, 0.8 of a second there separates them, first and second place. They are just doing what they need to do as they catch up to some GTEs here. Flash of the light, let them know they're coming. Make the move nice and clean. And on they go. Another close battle here. And we've got them up and down the track. All these little battles that are starting to develop. Are we going to be seeing some first of the pit stops here? Obviously, we've got a few cars that are out with damage that are being either being repaired or they might be down and out for the count. Well, time will tell. What have got? Best times here across the board. And as you can see. So the P1's the fastest P1 125.1 to the P2s, which are a 132, and then the GTs lapping around the 1 minute 40 seconds. So you can see there the kind of speed disparity between the different classes there. And that's one of the things that makes it so challenging about multi-class racing. It's not just with the faster cars overtaking the slower cars, it's the slower cars having to, I guess, be aware of what's in front of them, who they're racing in front of them, but also keep an eye on what's coming up behind them and make sure that they're not impeding the faster cars while not, sort of detracting from their own race. And once again, some nice close battles towards the back of the field there. And looks like another crash here. What's going on? Overdrive performance. Looks like maybe they overdrove themselves into the corner there. But looks like they've escaped any real damage and they've been able to sort of get going again. They don't look like they've got too much damage, so lost a bit of time, but it's not something that they can't make up. Welcome to all our viewers around the world. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Hope I'm not too boring for you, and hope I don't fall asleep in the middle of this racing. And looks like we've got first of the pit stops taking place here. The HPD's coming in for their first of the stops. They do have the smaller tank of any of the other cars, so they'll be the first to stop, followed by the LMP1s, the P1s, and then of course the GTs with usually I think about 120 litre tank. And there we go. So 40 minutes worth of repairs from one of the vehicles. So it looks like they're going to be out. Real shame. These guys were doing exceptionally well. So very disappointing to see. But hopefully next one they'll be able to do a bit better. It's easy to sit here and have a look and pass judgment, but this kind of racing is exceptionally difficult. What makes it even harder in the sim world, sim racing, is you don't get the sensations that you do out of a real car. So sometimes you'll get your car onto the grass or something like that, and you won't necessarily feel it until you're accelerating out, and then all of a sudden, that's all she said. The car will just spit you across the road into the Armco, and that's it, and that's all, and you are done. Or you'll go for that overtake, you'll expect that the car in front of you has seen you, and you've just mistimed it slightly, and then absolute carnage. Hey there, Mario, Dino, how are you guys? Glad to see you checking out the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying things so far. Let us know. And here we go, TQ Engineering Red is starting to come up on some slower cars. Let's go on board and let's check them out as they weave through the traffic for this lap. There's some real skill there, just reading the traffic, anticipating where they're going to go. And the guys in front also know that their best place is to stay on the racing line and let the faster guys find their way around them. The racing line is the predictable line. They don't need to make any sudden moves or anything like that. The fast guys will always find a way around the slower cars. I see him going up the hill here. Beautiful lines. And just reeling in the car ahead. Beauty with these LMP1 and LMP2 cars is the amount of aero that they have. The aerodynamic grip is fantastic with these cars. When they're at speed, At slower speeds, the aerodynamic grip isn't so good. The mechanical grip, they've got to rely on mechanical grip, but the aero grip is really where it's at for these guys. So at the higher speed corners, they can go offline, and the car will hold. Now we're seeing cars coming into the pits. And TQ Engineering Red looks like they're in for their pit stop. SimTech Motorsport followed them in as well. Let's get in front and have a look and see what the story is here. Fuel. Are they taking tyres? They're fueling up, taking tyres. Oh, look at that rear wheel spinning. You wouldn't want to do that in a real race. That would be a penalty. But this is sim racing and we do have a few allowances. So let's get going. Leader is back out, fueled, tired, ready to go. Old Dogs have been able to take out that, get an extra lap here. Are they going to come in now, or are they, yep, in they come. And here we go. Followed by L1 Esports. So this is going to be a race off pit road to see who gets their pit stop done first and who gets out again. You might actually stick with this one. Let's have a look at the different strategies. Will they both take tyres? They're both stopped in their bay. Oh, looks like L1 Esport may have overshot their bay slightly. So they are going to, this is going to cost them time. So if they were ever going to try and race Old Dogs out of the pits, unfortunately this time may not be it. As you can see, Old Dogs, their jack has gone up, and L1 now has gone up, so they will retain their spot. And if anything, they'll probably eke out a bit of a margin over L1 Esports. As you can see, there they go now. L1's off the jacks and they're moving now, so that's cost them a little bit. It's cost them quite a bit actually. TQ Engineering Red in second place. Lone Wolf Motorsports, have they pitted it? They haven't actually taken a pit, so they've actually gone 2 laps more than TQ Engineering, and this could be a great strategy play over the 6 hours. It means they're going to need to put less fuel in for their last stop, but that might play into their hands. As you can see, TQ Engineering Red closing in fairly quickly, but are they going to be able to close the gap to Lone Wolf before Lone Wolf are off the stands? I'm not 100% aware with the time it takes for these pit stops for these cars. I guess I'm going to start learning a little bit as we go along. Lone Wolf is still in the pits. TQ are about to take in the second last corner here. Last turn onto the main straight. Lone Wolf is still sitting in the pits there, so looks like they're up on the jacks at the moment, but here comes TQ Engineering Red. They'll take the lead of the race. Old Dogs look like Old Dogs are going to follow them. Lone Wolf are coming out now, so they're going to jump into third place. Nice little hold there for them. Meanwhile, while all of this is going on, GT cars are still circulating. I don't think any of them have come in for a stop as yet. They've got plenty of fuel to play with. So let's have a quick look at the track map. As you can see, cars are starting to spread out more and more. And so far it looks as though race control have had a pretty quiet time of it so far. Everyone's been pretty good. A few little unforced errors there. Looks like we've had another crash though. James Rushworth? What happened here? Oh no. And they're able to keep the car off the wall. Nice save. Lost themselves a little bit of time, but not as much as they would have had they hit the wall. So they're back up and running and circulating. A nice hold for them. Thanks very much, Luciana. Hopefully the broadcasts will get better and better as we go along. We're a very young organisation. We just started broadcasting probably a month ago. This is our our 5th broadcast now. So no, we're really happy that with what we're doing, and we're happy that we're able to offer you guys a bit of entertainment. And let's see how everyone's going at the moment. So far our race leader and class leader, GQ Engineering Red, with a 3-second lead over Lone Wolf Motorsports, who themselves are coming under threat by Old Dog Racing, just about 0.2 of a second behind them. So they've actually had a bit of a gain there in the traffic. So we're going to stick with these guys for a little bit and see how the racing goes. See if Lone Wolf are able to do anything here. See if Old Dogs can close the gap, and they are right on them. Using perhaps a push to pass there. Easy work. So Old Dog takes second place again over Lone Wolf, but something tells me that this battle is certainly not over. And they've got L1 Esports, LMP1 breathing right down their necks as well. Let's go further down the order. So at the moment, Ramada Motorsport in the P2 category is leading. It looks like they're coming under threat by Newman Sim Racing, and Newman Sim Racing have just made that pass. Can they make it stick? Nice work, Newman Sim Racing, and this is sort of a carbon copy, a reverse carbon copy actually, of what happened to quite a few laps earlier on when Ramada made the same move on Newman and were able to make their move stick. So this looks like this is going to be a battle for the entire 6 hours. We're 51 minutes into the first hour of racing, so there's plenty of racing to come. TCR sitting around about 1.7 seconds behind Newman and Ramada in the P2 category. Going down to the GT Pro, we've got Full Send Racing, and they have checked out. They're about 9 seconds ahead of German Sim Racing, so they're, as I mentioned earlier on, they're just lap by lap increasing their lead, increasing their margin, giving themselves that breathing room, just to be able to get on with their racing and maybe not push themselves 10/10ths. Be able to, I guess, conserve themselves to really concentrate on racing hard for the last hour or 2 hours of this race. German Sim Racing, like I said, about 9 seconds behind them, with SK Motorsport in third place, and they're also the first of the GT amateur class. In second, about 11 seconds behind them, L1 Esport Red in the amateur class, and then we've got Rebirth Sim Racing in 25th overall. So a few cars out of the race. So look like we have we've got RSR Esport LMP1 are out of the race. R3T Racing Pro look like they're out as well, and Sorg Rensport that were leading so convincingly the race and their class in LMP1 with that really unfortunate accident there. Look like their day is done, with the Brutzi HPD Amateur as well are out. So as you saw there, TQ Engineering Red making a move on one of the slower GTE cars, and they're going to be doing whatever they can to try and bring their lead, open their lead up a bit, open that gap up a bit, but also not make too many risks when passing the slower cars. In fact, they've opened up their lead to about 4.4 seconds over Old Dogs, who themselves have also opened their lead on Lone Wolf Motorsports. They're about 6/10 of a second ahead of Lone Wolf, so maybe the traffic sort of played into their hands a little bit. It will be interesting to see, and they're coming up on more traffic, so will Lone Wolf fall behind a little bit more? They are. They're falling behind. They've lost about 1/10 of a second there, but they seem to be making it back up again. Once again, with the traffic, and as you're working your way through the traffic, it's kind of swings and roundabouts. You might gain in certain places and then you might lose in others. And after all of that is said and done, Lone Wolf are 3/10 of a second behind Old Dog, so it's all happening. And looks like L1 Esport, yes, are retiring due to an earlier incident. That's a real shame for them. You know, that's the sort of thing that happens with these kinds of races. End of the day, that is racing. And once again, Old Dogs have opened up that lead again to about 1.5 seconds, so you can see there the traffic coming into play, definitely coming into play there. And this is a battle that's been going for quite a while, and it looks like here that yes, SK Motorsport, easy move there by Sim Racing Academy Black. Can they make it stick though? Looks like SK Motorsport have just eked out ahead of them. They're not giving up. Sim Racing Academy Black, nicely done. Once again, you know, some really good, respectable, hard racing there. Guys giving each other just enough room, but showing each other that kind of respect as well. Car there just off to the side of the track, not entirely sure what that was about. So TCR, Team Challenge Racing, currently leading the P2 class. They've gained 3 spots since the beginning of the race. Matter of fact, let's have a look and see if we can see who the movers and shakers have been in this race so far. No one with really huge gains. Denzu Sim Racing their Rainbow with 7-spot gain there since the beginning of the race. SimTech Motorsport LMP1 with a 4-spot gain. So 4 grid positions there. N-Race Esport with a 4 grid position gain as well. And Sim Racing Academy Black with a 5 grid position gain. And there we go. R3T Racing Pro retired because of electric interruption in his town. So electrical gremlins for those guys. That's a real shame. So 1 hour of racing down, 5 hours left to go. And TQ Engineering Red leading this race, dare I say, comfortably from Old Dogs Racing. The gap sort of moves in and out. They currently have a 3.5 second lead over Old Dogs. But more importantly, Old Dogs now have about a 1.5 second lead over Lone Wolf Motorsport. So maybe the traffic sort of fell in their lap, and Lone Wolf may have had difficulties getting through the traffic. Once again, you know, gap ebbs and flows. Lone Wolf there has about a 3.5 second gap over L1 Esport LMP1. Going into the P2s though, TCR have a comfortable lead over RSR Esport LMP2. They currently hold a like a 12-second lead there. And more pit stops coming now, and it looks like the first of the GTs are in for their pits. With a little bit of a moment there for one of the Julian there, a little bit off track, narrowly avoided the Armco. No damage done, is able to get back on track and racing, and away he goes again. You see there TQ Engineering Red taking a wide berth into the last corner there to avoid that car. As you can see, traffic starting to really play into the hands of some people and get in the way of others. Hello there, Christopher. How are you, mate? Hey, Ben. How are you? Abruzzi Pro seem to be doing all right. They were down the pack for a little while, but they're moving up now. They're doing okay. Abruzzi HPD Amateur. I don't know what happened to them, but they went out fairly early in the piece. Ben, you need to get into the commentary and start helping me out here, mate. Come on, make your move up. Oh, looks like we missed the crash there by Thomas Solberg. Not sure what happened there, but we'll carry on with what we've got. There we go. Looks like TQ Engineering Red looking like they're bearing down on Abruzzi Esport Pro. They'll be catching up with them fairly soon. Flash of the lights, easy pass. Nicholas Rotti looks like he's had an incident. Let's have a look here what's happened. Oh no, he's kept it off the wall and he's been able to get going again. That'll put a bit of heat in his tyres, so he's going to have to watch out for the next lap, maybe lap and a half. Let's stay with him and see how he's going. Moment like that really doesn't help the tyres. Puts a little bit too much heat in them. Car starts to get a bit slippery. If you keep pushing too hard, then that sort of becomes sort of like it just compounds the problem, and the car will start slipping and sliding more until all of a sudden you've got no grip on your tyres. Sometimes after an incident like that, you just have to nurse the car for a lap or two, let the tyre temperatures come back down again, and then start pressing on, and the tyres will come back to you, the car will come back to you. He's pressing on again though. Nicely done, nice move. Held the door open. No problems at all. things have pretty much stayed the same for the last hour now. TQ Engineering Red have got a comfortable hold on the lead. They've pushed that lead out to almost 5.5 seconds now over Old Dogs Racing. So really for these guys, it's going to be about minimising mistakes from here on in, keeping the car as straight as they possibly can, running consistent lap times. Really for these guys, as long as they make no mistakes, it's just going to be a cruise, for want of a better word, to the end. Hannes Mondorf looks like he's had himself a moment as well. Joker Sim Racing Purple, what's happened here? And the same sort of situation, but he has not come off well. Maybe pushing a little bit too hard on the car in front of him. He knew that he wasn't going to be able to make a move. Car in front of him braked, and he had to basically take evasive action to avoid nailing that GTE in the back end. So he's come off second best from this. That's not going to help his race whatsoever. That's really going to start to slow him down. And as you can see, as he's going through the corner there, he's lost quite a bit of aerodynamic grip. He's in trouble. So I'd say he's more than likely on his way into the pits at this stage. Another car, Justin Ream, and what's happened here? Let's have a look at this, and big rollover. That is really going to hurt. Let's see if we can go back and see what actually caused that. And there we go. Looks like it was a wow. This does not look good, and looks like Justin was just a unfortunate. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time there, and he really has come off second best. And looks like the other car here, I don't quite know who that was, and just had nowhere to go. So these two cars have, I guess, become best friends. So that's really going to hurt all of their races going forward. And we're now seeing Old Dog are coming under attack by Lone Wolf Motorsport again. So once again, it looks like traffic has really played a part here. So at one stage, Old Dogs had a fairly comfortable lead on Lone Wolf, but they've been able to close that back up again. Meanwhile, while all of this is going on, TQ Engineering has cleared out to the tune of about 4.8 seconds, and that margin is growing ever so slightly every lap. Old Dogs doing everything they can to keep Lone Wolf behind them. At this stage, Lone Wolf played a great game. The last set of pit stops, it looked like they got 2 laps more than TQ Engineering. So we need to keep an eye on these guys to see what's going to happen on the last stop. Is that going to give them a net gain, and is that net gain going to be enough to put them in a position to battle for the lead? But once again, we see Old Dogs trying to keep the Lone Wolf away. They're doing a pretty handy job of it. Really good situational awareness by the car in front of GTE there to get out of their way. Knew that there's a couple of cars racing there. No need to get involved, it's not his race, so he just stepped out and let them go. Nice move. And as you can see, and that's going to play into the hands of the guys from Old Dogs there. Give them a small buffer, but conversely they then get held up again by a slower car, which brings Lone Wolf up behind them. So like I said before, this is kind of swings and roundabouts. You know, one lap they might be advantaged with the traffic. They'll be able to get around the traffic easier than the car behind them. The next lap it'll be totally different, and even to the point where it might change, you know, half a lap, a third of a lap, a quarter of a lap, you know, 1 corner, 2 corners. That's all it takes, and all it takes is at this stage where the car's being so close is one car in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you've got to change the position. So meanwhile, while this battle has been going on between Old Dogs and Lone Wolf, TQ Engineering Red is now eked their gap out to about 5.6 seconds. So ever so slightly, like I said, lap by lap they're sort of increasing that lead, and they're sort of starting to really cement their place. They've just gone by one of their slower cars, so they moved right out of the way and let them go. No worries there, so carry on racing. So let's take a lap on board with TQ Engineering Red and follow them around for a lap or so. And here we see TK Engineering Red in for their pit stop. So Old Dogs has taken the lead. Let's stay with TK Engineering Red and see where they wind up. Check them from the outside. Will they take tires? It doesn't look like they did. But is this a strategy play? The TQ Engineering currently sitting in 4th overall. Old Dogs are now the race leader. They managed to get about 1 lap more out of their tank than TK Engineering did. Are they going to do the same this time around? Will Lone Wolf be able to get another 2 laps this time around? Remember, you know, these pit stops, every time they stop, they get that extra lap or extra 2 laps. That's going to mean they're going to stand still for less time on their last stop. So that's going to play into their hands. So Lone Wolf is Old Dogs is in. Lone Wolf is out again. So it looks like they're going to get another 2 laps. And once again, L1 Esports follows Old Dogs into the pits. Meanwhile, we've got TK Engineering Red that looks like they're going to make a very easy gap here. This is going to be a very easy hold for them over Old Dogs and L1. It should be interesting to see, does Old Dogs, do they take, yes, they're taking tyres. L1 are taking tyres, so once again, same as before, L1 slightly behind Old Dogs Racing. So Old Dogs, yes, they will have a hold there. Lone Wolf, will they be in this lap? And it looks like they're going to be able to pull out 1 extra lap. So is that 3 laps this time? Very interesting. So this is really interesting stuff. So TK Engineering Red, 38 seconds behind Lone Wolf, but Lone Wolf is going to have to pit. But we're going to stay with Lone Wolf now. We're going to see where this sort of washes out. Definitely can see TK Engineering being able to hold Lone Wolf out for P1. But where will they come out? Will they come out in front or behind Old Dogs Racing? And here come Lone Wolf for their stop. So we'll keep an eye on TK Engineering. This should be an easy hold for them. Would very much like to see, will Lone Wolf take tyres? Will they take the chance and just do a fuel stop? Let's have a look. So, haven't noticed there if the car's gone up on the stands. It doesn't look like it has. It looks like they've gone. Looks like they've gone fuel only. TK Engineering and Lone Wolf hold that gap convincingly over Old Dogs. 13-second gap. So Old Dogs and L1 Esport took tyres. Lone Wolf and TQ Engineering Red did not. So this has changed the complexity, the complexion of the race completely. Let's see what happens from here. Can Old Dogs start to close in that gap? And they've got fresh tyres now. So for the next few laps, it shouldn't affect Lone Wolf too much. But will it affect them? Will it affect them going into this stint? And how much is it going to affect them by? So this is fairly interesting. TQ are pulling away from Lone Wolf Motorsports here fairly convincingly, and it does look like Old Dogs are closing in on them, but will they close in on them enough? Let's give them a couple of laps to sort of get up to the race pace, and we'll come back to them and see what's going on here. Now this is a very interesting turn of events. We've got German sim racing, full sim racing together here. Something has happened. So German sim racing, from having a fairly handy lead, full sim racing now 4/10 of a second behind them. Could this be a strategy play from these guys? Now this is the first time we've seen these guys line astern, and this could have played, no, it could have played into the hands of Full Send Racing. This is going to be very interesting going into the carousel here. German sim racing have gone defensive, full send sim racing around the outside. It looks like they might be able to make the hold here. Yes, they can. They've made that move stick. German sim racing have thought better of it. Let's not fight this. There's still plenty of racing to be done. So back at the front here, TQ Engineering Red leading the race reasonably comfortably. Lone Wolf has made a little bit of ground on them, about 5.6 seconds behind them. And it doesn't seem like Old Dogs has been able to close the gap on Lone Wolf Motorsport. The gap is currently sitting at around about 12.5 seconds. So at the moment, there hasn't been a significant drop-off on the tyres for Lone Wolf or TQ Engineering Red, but what it has done is it has given them that gap on the cars behind them, especially Lone Wolf. That's catapulted them into second place, and it's a convincing second at the moment. Will Old Dogs respond at the next stop by going fuel only? Interesting. G'day Chaos Tifter, how's it going? I'm a little bit slow responding to my chats. It's all the way across on the other side of my third screen, so I've sort of got to scan from one side of the screens to the next. But I'll certainly respond when I can. Let's go and have another look at the track, see how the cars are, and as you can see, they've started to sort of spread themselves around the track. Still a lot of the LMP1 cars together. I mean, obviously with their speed, they're going to be pretty much together. As you can see, the HPD cars are all over the place, and of course the GT cars, being the majority of the cars in the field, they're nice even spread around the track, and it looks like Full Send Racing have really cleared out on German Sim Racing. They're now about 2.5 seconds up the road. And that gap seems to be is growing steadily. So 2.5 seconds, they're now 2.6 seconds, and it seems to keep going. So looks like Full Send Racing have got the measure of this one again. And time will really only tell. We still have a lot of racing to be done. So sit back, relax, enjoy. For our friends around the world, hello from Australia. It's 1:42 AM here in Australia, so as you can see, I'm starting to slow down a little bit, but I'll try and keep the commentary going and not leave too many pauses in there. As you can see, some pretty interesting racing going along everywhere. Going back to the leaders here now, this is some interesting stuff going on here. So TQ Engineering pulling out, slight gap on Lone Wolf Motorsport. But Old Dogs there have made up almost 2 seconds on Lone Wolf now. That could be because of traffic. Although there's a little bit of traffic there, but it doesn't look like there's a lot. So maybe that was a real net gain there by Old Dog. So maybe what we're seeing here is we're seeing the tyres starting to drop off from Lone Wolf. But even if they do start to drop off, can Old Dog sort of make up a 10-second gap on them by the time they need to come in for their next stop? So looking through the field here with TQ Engineering red leading with a 6-second gap over Lone Wolf Motorsport, who are currently about 10.5 seconds in front of Old Dog Racing, who are coming under threat by L1 Esport LMP1. So, and it looks like they are all over them, looking for a gap, looking to make a move here. So will Old Dogs go defensive? Will they go to the inside, stay to the outside? It looks like they're choosing the outside line, which has been the faster line at the moment. They've been able to hold out L1 Esports fairly easily, so maybe they used a little bit of their push to pass, their hybrid power here. They're coming under threat, but they seem to be holding that off. But what it's also doing, it's also slowing them down. So this they're trying to hold on to their third place. It's just allowing Lone Wolf to sort of get a little bit of a gap on them. So far, nothing L1 Esports can do to really bridge that gap over Lone Wolf, but they are getting closer and closer, and they are really threatening and putting themselves in a position now to put some pressure on Old Dogs and maybe force a mistake, make that pass move. And it looks like they are going to make that move going down into turn 1 nice and clean. They've made that move stick. Old Dogs does not argue the point, let them get on with it and run their own race. So at the moment now we're looking at L1 Esports on Lone Wolf Motorsports, and to give you an idea, that battle has just cost them a second. They were about 10.5 seconds behind Lone Wolf Motorsport. They're now 11.5 seconds. So now the battle goes the other way. Now it's Old Dog starting to put the pressure on Lone Wolf and see if they can put a bit of a return of serve here. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Lone Wolf is sort of starting to clear out a little bit here. Yeah, they're going to put a gap on Old Dogs, and Old Dogs are going to find it very difficult to catch them here and sort of try for another passing move. And they've just been sort of held up by a GTE there. So that's going to allow Lone Wolf to sort of march ahead slightly. But we'll come back to this battle later. Moving on down, Newman Sim Racing Green. They've got the lead of the P2 category with TCR behind them. Not that far behind them, about just under a second behind them. Sitting in third place there, about 7 seconds behind TCR is RSR Esports. So these guys have been moving. The big mover here though, Abruzzi HPD Pro, have moved themselves up into I guess 4th in class, 11th overall. They're showing a fairly reasonable turn of speed. Their last lap was a 34.81, but it looks like they may have been in traffic. 33.98 by RSR Esport, which looks like that was the fastest lap for the P2 category. But when you're looking at TCR did a 43.3 and a 34.8 by Newman Sim Racing Green. So looks like a Brucey HPD Pro aren't doing too badly. They're sort of marching through the traffic and sort of making little gains here and then. So back down into the GTE Pro class, we've got Full Send Racing. Once again, they're starting to build on that gap. So almost a 4-second gap over German Sim Racing, and then Sim Racing Academy Black is some 42 seconds down the road. So they've got a fair margin there. And going back to the race for 3rd and 4th, L1 Esports looks like they've sort of made that, put a bit of a gap on Old Dogs Racing. So Old Dogs, whether they might be playing more of a strategy game and looking to conserve fuel. At this stage, it looks like they're both going to be in for the same time for their stops. But the last 2 stops, Old Dogs have had a faster stop than L1 Esport. L1 Esport are going to want to make sure that they have a nice clean stop this time around, so they can get back out in front of Old Dogs Racing. That's going to be essential for them. TQ Engineering Red, they now have a 7.5 second lead over Lone Wolf Motorsport, who really hasn't had their lead sort of cut in too much by L1 Esport. It's still sitting at around about that 10.2 second margin. So once again, we'll see what happens there as far as the as far as what L1 Esports can do about catching up to Lone Wolf Motorsports with the fresher tyres that L1 Esports has. So going back to TQ Engineering Red, they seem to really have control of this race at the moment. They're lapping consistently. They're really not doing anything to put themselves in harm's way. They're racing a smart race at the moment. Their fastest lap, 1:25.1. Their last lap of 26.2. So their race pace isn't too bad considering the traffic that they're coming up against. And as you can see, like I said before, the slower cars are holding their line. They're making themselves predictable, letting the faster cars find their way around them, knowing that the faster cars can do this. And the faster cars know that the slower cars are going to hold their line, not going to do anything silly when they get close to them. They can make their move nice and early to get past the slower cars, and it's all working nicely. And it looks like we've got another crash here, Nils Lepers. Let's see if we can get to that. He just caught, the inside of the ripple strip there. That's turned him around and just got clipped by the car behind him. It doesn't look like he's got too much damage though. Time's really going to tell. He's struggling to turn the car, so it looks like he. And this is really going to be a bit of a cork in the champagne bottle there. He needs to get that car out of the way, or they need to call the safety car. Otherwise, someone's going to come around the track and collect him. And he is really having some major issues. Now he gets the car out of the way, so everyone can get on and start racing again. Some pretty badly damaged cars there in the pits, so hopefully they're going to be able to get going again, or that might be the end of their race. Meanwhile, up the front, TQ Engineering Red, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're ticking off the laps, ticking off the minutes, so it's all sort of playing into their hands quite nicely. You know, even with the traffic, they've built their lead up to about a 7-second lead over Lone Wolf Motorsport. But we're seeing L1 Esport has really taken a chunk out of Lone Wolf Motorsport, and they are now 7.5 seconds behind Lone Wolf. So this might be playing into their hands. You know, whether this is some traffic that Lone Wolf have had to go through. Be very interesting to see. And they seem to be really sort of taking chunks out of Lone Wolf there. So I'm almost thinking that maybe their tyres are starting to fall off the cliff. They've peaked, and now they are sort of starting to drop off a little bit. So L1 Esport LMP1 are now 6.7 seconds behind Lone Wolf, and seem to be sort of on a charge here. Something must have happened to Old Dogs, because they've fallen right down. So not sure what's happened there. Certainly don't think it was a pit stop. But Simtech, they must have had a moment, because Simtech have not only overtaken them, but Simtech were some 46 seconds behind the leader. So they've really fallen off, so it'll be interesting to see what goes on here. So back with the leader. going back to Lone Wolf now, they're now about 5.5 seconds in front of L1 Esports. And they will probably be coming close to their pit win as well. So this is really interesting. L1 Esport is really starting to reel them in now. So this could be they could be having a tyre issue. Their tyres have sort of peaked, and now they're sort of going on. They're falling off the edge, and they're falling quicker. So the more laps that they do, they start to fall off the edge, and they're allowing L1 Esports to catch up to them. Although they've put a slight gap there, they've opened up their gap slightly, but it's once again it's sort of it's waxing and waning the gap there. So opening and closing. So really, it's going to come down to their pit stop. I'm going to say they're definitely going to be taking tyres this time around. TQ Engineering Red seem to be the big winner in this. They currently have an 8.5 second margin over Lone Wolf Motorsport. So it doesn't seem as though their tyres have been falling off the cliff much at all. Their last lap was a 25.9, plays a 27.1 to Lone Wolf and a 27.4 to LN1 Esport, or L1 sorry Esport. So they seem to really be nice and consistent, and they're getting through the traffic and they're maintaining that lap speed. Last lap there for TQ Engineering was a 26.9. Let's see, Lone Wolf once again a 27.4, sorry, and L1 Esport a 26.3. So they are really on it at the moment. They're 4.6 seconds behind Lone Wolf, and Lone Wolf will be starting to feel the pressure. If their tyres are going off, they're going to know that the guys behind them are reeling them in, and they can't do anything about holding them out. So they're going to be hoping that they're they're going to know when their next pit stop is. Hopefully it's going to be soon. So their last stop was on lap 58. And now looking at finish lap 77. So they're not going to be far at all from the stop. But look at this, L1 Esport now are 3.7 seconds behind Lone Wolf Motorsport. They are really reeling them in. So top 3 times, TQ Engineering Red did a 27.8. Lone Wolf did a 1:28.3, and once again L1 Esport really with a fast lap there, a 1:26.6. So they are on a move. They are really reeling in Lone Wolf now. They can see them. They've got the bit between the teeth, and they are really after them. There's some traffic as well that's going to play a major part here. And we saw L1 Esport go slightly offline there onto the grass. They managed to make it stick, and they've really now closed the gap down to just over 2 seconds on Lone Wolf Motorsport. So Lone Wolf are really going to struggle here. I don't think they're going to hold on to second place before their next stop. They might, well, they'll certainly know that as well, and they may not bother to fight for their spot. They'll let L1 Esport go if they know that he's catching up to them that quickly. It will come down to the next round of pit stops to see what happens. Having said that, Lone Wolf isn't going to give up that easily. They're not going to just lie down and give up second spot that easily. They'll certainly fight to hold on to that. Meanwhile, TQ Engineering Red has really sort of gained from all of this. They're now just over 11 seconds up the road, so they've got a bit of time in their pocket now. They'll be more than likely pitting for fuel and tyres on the next round of stops, so that's going to certainly work for them. Now we're going to stick with this battle because oh, and there we go. Lone Wolf just overcooked it going into that corner there, maybe braked a little bit too late. They understeered and just had to go straight off, which basically gifted L1 Esport that second spot, and they're 1.6 seconds ahead of Lone Wolf, so they're off and running. Having said that, when we go to TQ Engineering Red, they are now some 13.5 seconds up the road, in the lead, comfortably circulating, still doing those consistent lap times. Last lap though, 1:27.1, so their tyres are probably starting to hurt now. So, but it was a master stroke, staying out, double stinting those tyres. That not only gave them a good hold, but it also enabled them to sort of build on that margin. Certainly, if they hadn't have double stinted those tyres, Lone Wolf would have taken the lead from them, but it would have probably been a short-lived lead. TQ Engineering Red, so far they're doing a fantastic job. So another lap down by these guys. So there's the positions at the moment at the head of the field: TQ Engineering Red, L1 Esport, LMP1 with Lone Wolf Motorsport in third. Fourth we've got Simtech Motorsport, LMP1. In fifth we've got Old Dog Racing that they've fallen a fair way down. And then sixth we've got TQ Engineering. In the P2 class, LMP2, we've got a TCR in first, holding a nice comfortable gap there to Newman Sim Racing Green, and then RSR Esport LMP2 in third position overall, with Abruzzi HBD Pro coming in fourth overall now. So they're sort of making a move as well. Their last lap, a pretty tidy lap there. Their last lap of 34.5, which was the fastest of the HPD, so fastest of the LMP2. So they are moving now. They are really on a charge. For the GTE Pro class, German Sim Racing now is in the lead, with Full Send Racing in second and Sim Racing Academy Black in third. So really the positions are all over the place at the moment. Like I said, we should be seeing some pit stops soon. We'll go back to the leader and we'll run with the leader for a lap or so and see how they go. Now his lead was up to just over 13 seconds, 13.5 seconds over L1 Esport. L1 Esport have sort of cut into that. It's down to 12.9, 13 seconds. Certainly traffic could have played a hand in that, and as we're seeing now, TQ Engineering Red sort of making their way through some of the heavier traffic. And we've had an accident, crash here, Tobias. Let's see what's happened here. Almost the same situation as previously, and really this is was he, let's have a look at this again. Was he helped at all there? No, he did it all on his own, and really a Britzy pro there got away with it because that was so close to turning into them. And here we are with just over 2 hours of racing down. A little bit less than 4 hours of racing to go, so there's still plenty of racing to go. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination. Anything can still happen. So, and here we go. So TQ Engineering Red have pulled the pin first and they've come in for their pit stop. So let's have a look at this and let's see what they do. Chances are going to be that they're certainly going to be stopping for tyres this time around. And they've just slightly missed their pit bay. Hasn't cost them too much. They've got a driver change now. So this will be more than likely fuel and tyres. So L1 Esport, Lone Wolf Motorsport have made it out in front, but we know that they need to pit as well. So they are taking tyres. There's certainly no dramas there. And they're still going to hold their third spot as they come out. Now we have Lone Wolf Motorsport. Now they've been able to stay out 2 to 3 laps longer than TQ Engineering. L1 Esport about a lap longer. So they've been going in around about, if I remember rightly, they've been going in around about the same time as Old Dog Racing, so it's usually about this lap. And here they come for their stop, which will give Lone Wolf Motorsport the lead of the race. But as with TK Engineering Red, very keen to see what they do as far as tyres here. In they come for their stop. Will they take tyres? I'm going to say most likely yes. They did take tyres the last time around. Where's TQ Engineering? There they are. L1 taking tyres. TQ Engineering have taken back second place. Lone Wolf are currently sitting in first, but they should be coming in either this lap or the next. So once they come in, this is going to be very interesting to see what they do. I'm certainly going to call tyres on this one. One more time around. They currently have a 46-second lead over TQ Engineering Red, but that's sort of being eaten into fairly quickly. Their tyres are going to be fairly sad at the moment, and they're going to be wanting to get rid of them and get some new boots on that car and start to forge ahead if they can. So let's see what happens here. They should be in for their stop now. We could have an issue here. L1 Esport is back in the pits. And Lone Wolf are going around one more time, so something happened there with L1 Esport. Maybe they didn't take tyres. That's an interesting development. They've still got time up their sleeve. But more interestingly, Lone Wolf, their last lap was a 1:27.08. TQ Engineering was a 1:27.5, so you can see there with the, even though the TQ Engineering have got that extra weight of the fuel, those new tyres are making a big difference for them. So we expect to see Lone Wolf in for their pit stop now, but it looks like this time around they've been able to eke probably, is it 3 laps on TK Engineering Red. This is kind of playing into their hands quite a bit. But they've got a 47-second margin. Obviously they're going to be overtaken here, but more interestingly, are they going to take tyres? There should be no doubt that they will take tyres, because it looks like that they were sort of struggling, but they've sort of come good at the end there. So let's have a look at these guys. And a driver change, which you'd expect. Tyres are going on. TQ Engineering, here they come to take the lead. Where do they come out? Where does Lone Wolf come out? The TQ have got a 13-second margin there. So it looks like things are pretty well stabilised between TQ Engineering Red and Lone Wolf. So there's about a 14-second margin. Not much of a change there. You would expect these guys to maybe double stint their tyres again. Let's have a quick look and see if we can see what the weather conditions are like. Have a Let's have a look here. So air temp, you're looking at 26 degrees. Track temps at 36 degrees. They're kind of not at the higher end of the scale, but the track is getting fairly warm, so their lap times will sort of start to slow down. The track will start getting a bit greasy now. There's that rubber line that's come down, and in iRacing, unlike in the real world where more rubber means more grip, with iRacing the more rubber that goes down you actually get less grip. So it will be, I guess it'll be a very brave driver that tries to double stint the tyres. Well, very brave, very skillful, and be able to keep up with those sorts of lap times. So next stop will be very, very interesting. So what's really interesting here is the pit stop strategy. So TQ Engineering came in on lap 83 for their pit stop. Lone Wolf Motorsport 4 laps later on lap 87. LN1 Esport on lap 85. So this is definitely working for Lone Wolf. They're certainly going to be taking a lot shorter stop on their last fuel stop. So yeah, be very interesting. Another interesting aspect, and as you can see, all of these questions you're sort of looking at as the race unfolds. You know, will these guys double stint tyres? What's going to be the effect of the extra laps when it comes time to the last tyre stop? Will it be a splash and dash? Will it be a full fuel stop? Will it be a half fuel stop? So interesting questions that need to be answered. And we've got another crash here. Let's have a look. And this car looks terribly second-hand. Let's rewind and see if we can find out what happened here. And no, this car just came out of the pits like that. Maybe this is a result from a previous crash, which looks like it's absolutely terrible. This car looks like its day is done, and I think they know that, and they've just pulled off to the side of the circuit and said, no, this car does not work. So that's it, and that's all for those guys. Meanwhile, at the head of the field, DQ Engineering once again slowly starting to open up a gap. Well, not that much of a gap, because their last lap was a 1:28.6 and Lone Wolf was 1:28.0. So they've sort of put 0.6 of a second there on TQ Engineering. So as you can see, lots of interesting stuff going on here. Oh, what's happened here? Brendan Cronin crashed. Let's have a look at this. This could be a potential game changer. And this is TQ Engineering Red. And they've just overcooked it. They've done it to themselves. After being in control of the race for so long. And there you can see how the complexion of the race can change so quickly. That's what happens in these long endurance races. Things change so quickly. TK Engineering Red, that looked like they were in control of this race and they were leading comfortably, have now fallen back down into second. They now have an 8-second, 9-second gap over Lone Wolf Motorsport, and that gap is forever increasing because their car looks like it might be hurting now. So they might be carrying a little bit of aero damage. It remains to be seen, but these cars are susceptible, very susceptible to front wing damage. You clip the front of the car and the aero can change so dramatically on these cars. So let's see, will they be pitting? Yes, they are. They're coming in for repairs, and that's going to really hurt their race. Thanks, Jop. Certainly has been a great race so far. Lots of interesting developments. Looks like now Lone Wolf really have control of this race because their lead is at this stage about 27 seconds actually, and it's growing. They're going to have an easy. They could be looking at over a 1 minute lead. No, LN1 Esport is now 44 seconds behind them. Sorry, my bad. But that really has given them control of P1 overall. But as I said, you can see there how quickly the complexion of a race changes. One corner, one missed time, and TQ Engineering are now in third place, and they are in danger of falling another spot or losing another spot. And probably even worse, they're about to go a lap down, which isn't necessarily the end of your race when you're in these long endurance races, but it will be very, very difficult for them to make their way back to a commanding position, I guess. This has allowed Lone Wolf to sort of walk away with it at the moment. So they're 45 seconds up the road from L1 Esport LMP1, and this is going to enable them to maybe back off slightly. They don't have to push as hard. They can now play the strategy game. They've been really good on fuel. They've been fantastic on fuel. So this is going to all play into their hands from here on in. It's there, I guess, once again, plenty of racing ahead, and you don't want to draw a line in the sand, and certainly don't want to put the mockers on these guys. But they're not looking too bad at this stage. So going back to the P2, TCR seem to be doing very well team challenge racing there. They've got a 23-second lead on RSR Esport. Who in turn have a just under 4-second lead on Newman Sim Racing. in the GTE Pro class, Full Send Racing, back in the lead of their class with a fairly comfortable 27-second gap over German Sim Racing. Having said that, they've both been in for their pit stops. German Sim Racing seem to be able to be getting 1 or 2 laps more out of their tank. Full Sim Racing were in for their stop on lap 69, and German Sim Racing on lap 71. So that might play into their hands, of course, when we come down to the last of the pit stops. For GTE Amateur or AM, we've got L1 Esports Red, not only holding down first place in their class, but also I guess third place in the GTE overall, 15th overall. So these guys not doing a bad job of it at all. So at this stage the field has thinned out a little bit. As you can see, the cars pretty much all over the field, a few gaps here and there, but things are looking pretty good. There are going to be, at the end of this, there are going to be some people who are going to be very happy, and there are going to be some people who are going to be talking about the one that got away. So we've been for a onboard ride with the drivers, or with a driver from the LMP1 class. Let's go for an onboard lap with one of the GTE cars with Full Send Racing. And that was an onboard lap with Full Send Racing. And it looks like TQ Engineering Red are back on track. Lap times aren't looking too bad. Their last lap was a 27.9, although this lap they've just done is a 29.0. That may have been because of traffic. But they were quicker than the cars ahead of them on the last lap, so it will be interesting to see. Has the damage that they incurred, did they manage to fix that? They are effectively one lap down, less than a lap down on the leader. It's going to be pretty hard work for them to be able to catch up. But will be interesting to see what happens. Let's have a quick look here at the movers and shakers. And as you can see, Lone Wolf Motorsport now leaving the race. Although something must have happened, Lone Wolf have gone into the pits. So what is this? This is an early stop. And this has put them back down in third. With L1 Esport now back in first place. So this is really interesting. I can't see anything that that would have caused them to come in for a pit stop. But Lone Wolf is still in the pits now. This could have been an electrical problem. They seem to be having issues, and they may have disconnected, which has put them immediately into the pits, which has taken them out of the lead of the race. And once again, you can see how the complexion of the race can change so suddenly. So we now have L1 Esport LMP1 leading the race, with TQ Engineering Red behind them, 17 seconds behind them, and their lap times are pretty close. L1 Esport a 1:27.9, TQ Engineering a 1:27.8. So this bad luck, and I would have to say the bad luck from Lone Wolf Motorsport, has really played into the hands of L1 Esport and TQ Engineering Red, because L1 had a substantial lead, and that lead is well and truly about to be eaten into, because they are still in the pits. The car is not moving, and L1 Esport is about to go past, put another lap on them, so they have just gone 2 laps down. TQ Engineering Red are about to do the same thing. So this is really disappointing for Lone Wolf Motorsport. Now TQ Engineering Red are starting to make a move. L1 Esport's last lap was a 1:28.7, plays a 1:27.9 from TQ Engineering Red, so they're starting to try to close that gap now. So now when we go back through the field, before we were talking about the movers and shakers, the new mover and shaker is L1 Esport, currently leading the race overall. They have moved up 5 places. TQ Engineering Red, they've stayed where they are, but Syntech Motorsport LMP1 have also moved up 6 places. Going down to a Britsy HPD Pro, they've moved up 5 places. Sim Racing Academy Black have moved up 5 places. World of Sim Racing Team 3 have moved up 5 places. Black Box Sim Racing, they moved up 6 places, but they're out, so they are going to fall back down. So their race is done. Now, while all this has been happening, Lone Wolf Motorsport are still in the pits, and I do not know what's happened with them. Love to get a hold of one of the drivers from Lone Wolf Motorsport and have a chat to them right now, but I can feel the disappointment from here. Now L1 Esport LMP1 is about to do another lap. Now their last lap was a 1:31.6 to a 1:28.2 from TQ Engineering. They must have got caught up in a bit of traffic. They've just done a 128.7, and we'll see where TQ Engineering Red wind up. They've done a 129.2, so the gap has kind of stabilized to about 14 seconds here. Let's have a look at H2 Performance, now running in P3 in the GTE AM class. Great job by these guys. No, it looks like they're in P4, but still very, very good job. H2 Performance SRT 444. They've been able to maintain their position, so they haven't gone down or haven't sort of moved up. But they are looking strong. Their car looks nice and clean at the moment. They're circulating well, and they look like they're circulating consistently. Now, great looking livery on that car as well. But here's another mover. A Britsy HBD Pro are now starting to put in some fast lap times. Their last lap time was a 1:33.8, and so far they're looking like the fastest for HPDs. Their fastest lap, a 1:32.9, plays a 1:32.4 from the leader TCR. Well, let's have a look at Britsy HBD Pro's lap time this time around. (1:33.6), so once again the fastest car on the track. TCR did a 1:35.9, RSR Esport LMP2 1:35.0, Newman Sim Racing Green a 1:34.2. So they're slowly moving up the field, but they've got quite a bit of distance to cover, or quite a bit of time to sort of chip away before they can start really threatening for maybe one of those podium spots in the P2 class. Moving up to the head of the field, L1 Esport LMP1. Their lap times have sort of started to stabilise a little bit now. Still a 13-second lead over TQ Engineering Red, but this has really played into their hands. Lone Wolf must have had some kind of something must have happened to them, because they've been in the pit for an absurdly long time. That's usually not because of an electrical problem or a disconnect. Maybe they've had a power outage. I don't know. Looks like we've got another crash. Let's see if we can get to this. And this is what we were looking for. Lone Wolf Motorsport. This will tell the story, and it looks like they've had themselves an off. Let's see if we can go back and get a better look at what happened to them. Very unusual. That was really unusual. Now the guys from L1E being held up slightly here. Once again playing into the hand of TQ Engineering Red. So their lead has been cut down and they've just gone off track as well. That is really going to hurt them. That has brought their lead down to about just under 8 seconds. That's really going to give TQ Engineering Red an incentive. They're going to be able to see these guys now. They're going to know that they've got an opportunity to take that lead back, which is going to be really a reprieve for just an unforced driving error. So that lap around, L1 Esport did a 1:31.7, TQ Engineering did a 1:28 flat. So this is really shaping up to be interesting here, this battle for the lead. And you can see L1 Esports are really they're flashing the lights. They want to get ahead of this pack here, get out of this mess and move on. And it looks like Lone Wolf is out. Floor of their car destroyed. That's a real shame. They had a really commanding lead, and once again, this is going to be one of those stories, the one that got away for them. And as I said before, this is what happens, and anything can happen in these long endurance races. Just because you're leading isn't a guarantee, and just because you've got a healthy lead isn't a guarantee that you're going to win the race. There's skill, there's strategy plays a big part of it, but there's also a fair amount of luck that plays into it. And we can see now at certain spots here, the guys from TQ Engineering Red see the L1 Esports car, so that's going to be spurring them on. Really they're going to start pushing. They want to get close to these guys for the next set of stops. And here we go. No, that was just an overtaking move. L1 Esports knew that they needed to get around that car. They just need to get around every car as quickly and as securely as they can, because they are being hunted down now. Gap is now down to 4.6 seconds. So last lap around, L1 Esport did a 1:29.3, TQ Engineering Red a 1:28.1. And let's see. That will give you an idea of the gap between cars. This might play into L1 Esports' hand. and the gap is now down to less than 3 seconds. And this is now on. And here we go. L1 Esports have come in for their pit stop. DQ has stayed out. So let's see what happens here. Taking on tyres. And here we go, L1 Esports are out of the pits, and we should be seeing TQ Engineering coming in this lap, maybe next. And here, no. That's going to slow up a little bit. Looking at this, DQ Engineering Red came in for their last stop on lap 92, so they're going to have a few laps. So for them it's going to be about trying to build up as much of a gap as they can before they come into the next stop. But we know that their last stop, well, we know that the stop before they double stinted their tyres, the last stop they changed tyres. Will they try to double stint again? So there you see it. A stop for fuel and tyres, you're looking at around about 1 minute 8 seconds, 1 minute 9 seconds. So this is where TQ Engineering Red is going to be aiming at. They're going to try and extend that lead as much as they can. They need to try to do that. So when they come out, they'll have that margin over L1 Esport and they'll be able to hold them out. So that's what it's all about for these guys. Then here we are back with our leader. And as you can see, he's sort of hovering around that 1 minute mark, 1 minute lead. Last lap time between TQ Engineering and L1 Esport was exactly the same. Both cars are 1:29.03. So obviously the heat is starting to affect, the track temperature is starting to affect the vehicles. Let's have a quick look and see where we're at here. So track temperatures now are up to 40 degrees centigrade. So really these cars are going to start sliding a little bit more. There's probably less likelihood of double stinting tyres, so really these guys need to find that extra time. They're going to need to push a little bit, and they're going to need to sort of put themselves in harm's way to try to make that extra time on L1 Esport to try to hold them out at their next stop. You're welcome. Hopefully the broadcast is entertaining enough. I know I'm sort of starting to get a little bit tired. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here in Australia, so I'm finding it difficult to talk about things, but we'll keep trying. We'll keep trying to keep you guys entertained. So stay with us, enjoy the racing. There's still plenty of racing to come. We're now at the halfway mark, so let's probably go through I guess the cars that are no longer with us. So starting from I guess the first car out was the Abruzzi HPD amateur car. Sorg Rensport Esport is out, so LMP1 in the GTE amateur class, pro class was R3T Racing. We have RSR Esport LMP1 is out, B Esports Black is out, L1 Esport is out, RSR Esport GTE is out, CQR Club LMP1 out, Overdrive Performance SK Motorsport Golden, Joker Sim Racing, and as I say that, it looks like, have we had an incident here? Has TQ pitted? This looks like a different vehicle that's pitted. I don't know what's going on here. It's not TQ Engineering red. It could be TQ Engineering that's just gone in for their pit stop. So we've had a few cars that have gone out since the beginning of the race. So about 15 odd cars, 16 cars are no longer with us. That includes Lone Wolf Motorsport, who are out with floor damage. So at the moment we have TQ Engineering Red leading L1E Sport LMP1 and Simtech Motorsport in third place overall. Now it looks like TQ Engineering Red must have come in for a stop, because They now have a 15-second lead on L1 Esport LMP1, which would lead me to believe, let's have a look here if we can see the pit lane time, transition time. EQ Engineering Red was a 32-second transition time in the lane. So did they stop? Did they stop for fuel and not take tyres, or was there an incident that needed them, that made them have to go into the pits? We've seen this a couple of times tonight. So interesting question. I missed that. So if TQ only came in for fuel and no tyres, that might have been a master stroke for them. Last lap a 128.9, L1 Esport LMP1 128.6. So they're losing a little bit of time, but not a lot, and that could have been down to traffic as well. So let's see what we're looking at for this lap between TQ Engineering Red and L1 Esport. Last couple of laps, TQ Engineering Red gave up a little bit of time, but not much. So looks like they've sort of gained a bit of time here. Once again, could it be traffic? Could it be through pace? It's always very hard to say. It looks like L1 Esports did on 1 minute 30.6, which would lead me to believe that that's more traffic. They probably got held up in a bit of traffic. But once again, that's worked into the hands of the guys from TQ Engineering Red. And that really has been a get out of jail free car for them. Because they had an incident earlier on which looked like that was going to take the race away from them. But you can, it goes to show with these long endurance races, never say never, because here they are again back in the lead of the race and pulling away from second place. Another car which is worth noting is a Britsy HPD Pro. These guys have been putting in some monster laps. They are currently the fastest car on the, or fastest HPD on the circuit. Their last lap time was a 1:34.8. First place was a 1:35.1. Second 1:35.9, and third was a 1:37.1. Unfortunately, they are over a minute, almost down on the lead HPD car. So they really have their work cut out for them if they want to really sort of make any grounds. Going back down to GTE Pro. Well, we have Full Send Racing once again looking like they are in command of the GTE Pro class, with German Sim Racing some 41 odd seconds behind them. But once again, we're only halfway through the this prologue, this race, and really we've seen plenty happen so far. Going down to the first of the GTE AM cars, amateur cars, L1 Esports Red. They've been doing a stellar job. They're currently just under 10 seconds ahead of Rebirth Sim Racing and TT Motorsport in third place. And looks like we've had an incident here. We'll see if we can find it on the replay. German Sim Racing, and they've just stepped out, clipped the wall and send them across to the other side of the road, but they were lucky enough that they didn't manage to hit the tyre barrier on the other side. They've gotten going again. Hopefully not too much damage. Let's have a look at this car. They seem to be okay. They seem to have avoided too much front end damage, and they are pressing on. Meanwhile, our leader up front, once again, he's been able to maintain his lead, sort of bouncing from between 14 to 16 seconds, so it's really depending on how the traffic's flowing for them. Last lap, TQ Engineering Red did a 1:29.3 and L1 Esport did a 1:29.09, so not much in it at all. They're now on very different fuel strategies, so it's going to be quite interesting to see where they come out, and if they are double stinting their tyres, are they going to get a sudden drop off which is going to bring L1 Esports back up to them. They've just gotten caught behind some traffic there, which has dropped them down a little bit as far as their time's concerned, but they still have a reasonable margin. Considering their early brush with the wall through the S's there, the TQ Engineering car seems to look pretty good. They're certainly lapping. Their lap times are certainly very good. I just did a 29.1 for that last lap, so I'll let you know of what L1 Esport do when they completed their next lap, and a 29.4 to L1 Esport. So DQ Engineering just slowly eking out that gap again. And we've had another crash here. Looks like a couple of cars. What has happened? And there we go. Looks like we've had two GTEs come together. Really ambitious move there into turn one, and it just did not come good. for these guys at all. Just going through the field now, giving you all a little update on all the cars and their progress. And here we are back with the leader, TQ Engineering Red. He's started to put a handy margin on SimTech Motorsport LMR now. So L1 Esport LMP1 has fallen right down the back. These guys, TQ Engineering with a 23-second lead over SimTech. So now the complexion of the race has changed again, with TQ Engineering in first place overall, SimTech Motorsport in second, and the TQ Engineering sister car in third place. And there they go. The TQ Engineering sister car opens up a TQ Engineering Red. And at this stage they might try to stay together if they can. Now we're seeing TQ Engineering Red enjoying their biggest lead of the race so far. So things are starting to pan out for them now. Obviously they're probably out of sync with a couple of other cars as far as fuel strategy is concerned, but they kind of look okay with the gap. They now hold a 1 minute 15-second gap to Simtech Motorsport. That's probably going to work in their favour when they come in for their next stop. Obviously if they go and take fuel and tyres, they should still be able to get out in front of Simtech. It's going to depend on if they can still keep moving forward and just keep eking that gap out a little bit at a time. And we've got TQ Engineering Red in for their pit stop. So let's check them out and see what they do. One would think that they'll be in for fuel and tyres. So here they go. Simtech Motorsport are making their way in. Driver change. Should be fuel, should be tyres. Here we go with the tyres. And where will this put them out on track? Will they be able to hold? And it looks like they will be able to hold on Simtech. That's a nice hold there. So the next question is, will TQ Engineering Red be able to start building a gap now? And here we've got a nice little battle going on. And we're about to pass hour 4 here of this 6-hour race, so you can definitely expect drivers to start turning up the wick and start pushing a little bit harder. Let's see how our leader's doing. He's gotten his gap out to about 10 seconds and seems to be sort of marching along. So we're now sitting at around about lap 160. We can expect SimTech Motorsport to be in somewhere around lap 209, and probably expect TQ Engineering, that's now in 3rd place, to be in around about lap 199, 198 or thereabouts. SimTech here is caught in a bit of traffic. He's really trying to get ahead there. Then he manages to make a move on those 2 HPDs, but it has dropped him down a little bit further, so he's dropped down to about 12 seconds behind TQ Engineering Red. And sort of, he's starting to fall into the clutches of TQ Engineering, so this could be could work out in the favour of TQ Engineering. It's going to be the next round of pit stops are really going to be crucial for these guys. Team Challenge Racing still holding a commanding lead in the HPD category. Human Sim Racing are sitting in 2nd place in HPD, but are coming under attack by RSR Esport for MP2, so they could find themselves dropping back a spot, and it looks like RSR aren't doing a bad job at all, although Newman Sim Racing did have the better last couple of laps. But once again, that could have been traffic sort of falling in against them. Now, when we go down to the GTE Pro, Full Send Racing now really have a commanding lead over German sim racing. So they just need to maintain for the next 2 hours, and they might be looking at a podium for sure. German sim racing sitting in second place, and N-Race Esports in third, with the first of the GTE AM Rebirth sim racing. So now the gap at the front really has started to open up. So TQ Engineering Red with just under a 15-second lead over Simtech Motorsport. About 165 laps in the bag now. We should be, like I said, we should be seeing Simtech coming in around about lap 209 for their stop. And TQ Engineering Red, well, they've not long had theirs, so 218 for them, and I'd say TQ Engineering probably around that 199, maybe 198 lap mark. Now with all these cars that have sort of gone out, the track probably won't be as congested, but let's have a look anyway. There you can see there's quite a few gaps there for the cars to make their way through. A lot less congestion than there was at the first hour mark. But now we're really starting to get down to the business end of this race. Like I said, drivers are going to be starting to turn up the wick, and as we can see, TQ Engineering Red has done just that. They've pulled out a 17-second gap, and SimTech Motorsport are in for their stop. So 209 laps, I was way off the mark. So let's have a look at SimTech Motorsport. Let's see what they do. Are they going to roll the dice? Are they going to go for... So behind them, because we can't see, are they going to go for fuel only? So they've got a driver swap. So they are refueling. Are they going to take tyres? And yes, they are. They're going for tyres. They're taking the safer option. That gives TQ Engineering Red options as well. And they are on the move. And as we see TQ Engineering Red coming across the control line, SimTech Motorsport are making their way up the S's. So once again, this gives TQ Engineering Red a bit of a hold now. They have time up their sleeve. They can now pit, fuel, tyre, and away they go. They certainly won't have enough to go to the end, but they have options. Let's have a look and see what we're looking at weather-wise at the moment. So as you can see, the track temperatures have come up a little bit more, so 42 degrees. So they're still slowly climbing. Certainly that's going to be a factor in what happens for the next round of pit stops. So now we have a interesting development here. TQ Engineering is slowly trying to catch up to Simtech Motorsport. So they've just dropped a bit of time there. But they're certainly quick through the S's and probably the back part of the course. And a bit of traffic there playing into Simtech Motorsport's hands. Meanwhile, TQ Engineering Red is opening up that gap every lap. So the last lap there from TQ Engineering Red was a 1:27.1. Simtech Motorsport did a 1:28.3 and TQ Engineering did a 1:28.1. And now TQ Engineering is all over Simtech Motorsport. They are looking very, very strong at this stage. This seems to be the part of the track where Simtech can pull away a little bit from TQ Engineering. Also, traffic's had a little bit to do with to play in this. Now we have TQ Engineering in the lane. This will certainly be interesting to see whether they've taken tyres. Let's have a look at their pit lane stop time, transit time. That was a very short stop. Simtech did a 109.4 with TQ Engineering 54.5. That's going to equate to a very, very nice hold for. And they've come out with a 41-second lead over Simtech Motorsport. TQ Engineering 1.4 seconds behind Simtech, so we're in for a fairly exciting finish here. Let's go through the classes and see where we are. So TCR is still holding that commanding lead. Yes, TCR are holding that commanding lead with RSR Esports LMP2 in second place. But now a Bruzzi HPD Pro have moved up into third place, and they seem to be looking like they're going to be holding on to that. So now the racing is really going to start heating up. Full Send Racing has really got a commanding lead now over German Sim Racing. So this we're not going to put the mockers on them, but it's looking very, very good for these guys. N-Race Esport is third in the GTE Pro class. And in the GTE AM, we're looking at Rebirth Sim Racing first, with L1 Esports Red in second, and World of Sim Racing in third. So we're heading towards the home stretch now, and things are really starting to heat up. Going back to the leader here. Now, did they decide to sort of cut their fuel strategy in half? Maybe a short stop now, a short stop to finish off, and away they go, rather than a full fuel stop and then a splash and dash at the end. Now we get into the stage of the race where drivers are going to start pushing to make position, to make ground, to clear out ahead of other drivers. And oh no! That was almost very, very dangerous for TQ Engineering. That could have been a race-ending move for them. Let's see if we can get that on the replay again. And we've gone too far, but I'll tell you what, I think those guys will be having a bit of a brown pants moment there. We can bring this up. So now we've got a Britsy HPD Pro in the pits. They're taking tyres. ESIA in the pits as well. They're down off the jacks. Don't seem to be moving. There seems to be a bit slow there. All the while Ramada Motorsport are catching up. But HPD, a Britsy HPD Pro don't seem to be moving.
Hello, GPs.
Sam, how are you?
I'm fine. And you? Still awake?
Hanging in there, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to give you a little help.
That's fantastic. Great to see you. Great to see you. Great to meet you. Actually, we've messaged each other, but we've not spoken before. Sim racing is fantastic in the sense that you get to meet all sorts of people from all around the world. So yeah, great to meet you, Sam.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Thanks for the broadcasts. Yeah, it's awesome.
Really happy to be involved with this series. It's a great series. Pretty exciting stuff. These long endurance races, you just can't pick anything. Everything goes down to the wire, and it looks like it's going to be the same this time. We had a few cars that had commanding leads early on, and they were just taken away from them.
Yeah, we saw a few incidents between some cars, and yeah, the leaders was great, and then they had an incident, and no, they are out of the race. It's why we are still in the race. We had a little mistake with them earlier on, and we are 7 laps down from P2 category now. But yeah, we're still P5, so it's not as bad as we expected it to be.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. That's a great fight back, and that's the great thing about these long endurance races, these 6-hour, 12-hour endurance races. is you can find yourself in a compromising position at the beginning of the race, or even at the quarter mark or third way mark, but you can fight back and you can make up spots. So to keep fighting and to be in P5, that's fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. I think, like some of the teams, we are just running to reach the end of the race. Yeah, we keep the cars on track, just stay safe, avoid the contact with the other cars, and yeah, try to be nice with the other categories on track. See how it goes to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, that's it. And it's a major achievement to just finish these kinds of races. I mean, 6 hours is a long time, and it's not 6 hours that you're driving for. You've got your stints, but it's still a very long time to be racing, to be concentrating, to be working out strategies. So fantastic. Hats off to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Hats off to all the guys around, all the guys that are with us since the very, very beginning, more than a year ago. Some of the teams are with us with still the first prologue in 2018, I think it was. Yeah, because the first season was in 2019. So yeah, that's very fun to see. We have two big endurance this season. It's a 1 year season, and we have two times 24 hours, one at Daytona and the great finale at Le Mans at the end of the year. So it's gonna be interesting to see, and we hope all the teams will finish the race. But yeah, it's sometimes you have few teams that left before the end of the session because the car is not good to stay on the track.
Yeah, look, I mean, sometimes you look at it and you think, and we've been in the same position ourselves, in these big long endurance races, and we've had big accidents, or we've had people run into us, and you look at the car and you think, we've just done 40 minutes worth of repair. Do you want to take the car out, and do you want to be unsafe on track, and make it difficult for other cars to get around you, or are you better off just calling it a day and learning from your mistake, or from what's happened, and try again for the next race?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we had the same thing at Bathurst. We duel uphill after 50 minutes of racing. Guys think he should be good to lift up and then come back to the track, and yeah, that's it. But yeah, the car was not good to drive, especially at Bathurst. With the wall everywhere, and you have only one track, and yeah, it's complicated. Here the car is fine for us. I'm pretty sure some of the team I looked when I passed some GTs, they are doing completely in few different ways. So I think their car are not great, but they're still around. They're cleaning up and try to reach the end. That's good.
Yeah, absolutely, that's brilliant. And look, the level of racing, and the level of respect for the other drivers on the whole has been pretty good. I know, tracks like Bathurst are very, very complicated. You don't get much rest at Bathurst. Even going down Conrod Straight, that big long straight there, you still have to have your wits about you, because you've got a big braking marker when you come up to the chase. Going across the top of the mountain, it's very difficult to overtake, and there are big consequences if you make mistakes there. Other tracks, sort of like this track here, you've got a little bit more open space in certain places. Of course, when you're going up through the S's, you have almost zero margin for mistake. You make a mistake, and chances are you're going to bounce on one wall and then off that wall into another wall. So you've got to be very careful.
Yeah, the overall track is good. Where I struggle the most is the end, the three last corners to pass the cars. Especially the GTs are pretty slow in there, but they have to get all the track for for the lines. Yeah, it's pretty hard there. At the moment, we stay behind them because we have nothing to gain to try and move there. But yeah, in real racing condition, I think the two last corner are a bit hard. But the previous one, maybe you can dive in inside or try the outside lane, but not a lot of grip. The other corners are pretty okay, I think. The aces, you just have to be a bit careful and think about your move before you do it. But in the overall, it's good, yeah.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. You've got to consider risk versus reward. There's got to be a point where the risk of making a move is just too great compared to the reward you might get out of it, and you're better off to wait that extra corner and live to fight another day, as they say.
Yeah, we are one of the team that maybe lifts a bit too much and do not try and move when we don't feel it. Some other team makes the move, and sometimes they make contact with the GTs or the P2 if it's a P1. But yeah, I think the overall, since we created this championship, the overall racing is going better and better as we advance in the seasons. I hope we'll have more car in the future that finish the races. A bit more respect sometimes. It's a bit of give and take at some point in the endurance races. You give it someone and they will give you back later on. They will remember your team, your name, your skin, and they'll give you what you give them. And at least it's the way we think.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's got to be that. There's got to be that level of respect between the races, but there's also, like you said, there's got to be that give and take. You know, sometimes when you're going too wide into some of these corners, you have to go in there with a willing participant, someone who understands that they have really nothing to gain by trying to fight you, and then down the track, what they give you, what they allow you, you're gonna give back to them.
Yeah, totally agree. It would be great if 100% of the people have that in mind when they're racing. It's the goal. It's the point to having a private league like that, and we'll see how it goes in the future. I think, yeah. What I'm looking at the timing right now. I can see the second and third position in P1 is pretty close to each other, and we have so few battles in GTs. That's nice to see after almost 5 hours of racing. That's still some fighting for position.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's great to see. And look, on the whole, pretty much everybody's been reasonably good. I mean, a lot of the guys who are out now, there was some, a couple of accidents there where people were just passengers. They had nowhere to go. The Sorg team, Sorg Rensport, at the beginning, if anything, they just missed time their turn in and collected the other car. I don't know if it would have been called a racing incident, but they seem to be very strong, and they just zigged when they should have zagged, really.
Yeah, I did not really look at the incident, to be honest. I had my own race to do. I think RC does a pretty good job. Maybe of some incidents that are not everybody are not okay with, but in the overall, yeah, it's good. And yeah, sometimes it's happen. You have the car, you are passing, and they made just a little mistakes, and you're just, like you say, the passenger of the incident, and you're thrown out of the track, and your race is over. So sometimes it's happened. They won twice or championships the two first season. I'm pretty sure they will come back for round one, and they will be strong.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, look, you're never happy when you're on the receiving end of an incident, but look, there's two ways to take it. You can walk away and grumble and I guess worry about what if, or you can use it as a learning experience and try to figure out what you could have done differently if you could have done anything differently, and then move forward from that.
Yeah, totally agree with you. It's sometimes good to look back at your incident. I think they have nothing to do with this one. It's just bad luck. But yeah, in the overall, when I will talk for myself and Dom, when we make a mistakes and we have an incident with someone else, we look back at the said incidents and we think what could have we done differently, and we try to avoid this kind of situation in the future. We always come back to the two track that we run in the past. I think this season we will go back to Spa, to Le Mans. We have few tracks like that we have in the past, and a lot of tracks that are racing in the official series. So people are getting used to each tracks, and they can learn from the mistakes uh, when they race. And yeah, it's something people have to be aware that you have to learn from your mistakes. And sometimes, if even if you did not make a mistakes, you can learn from other people's mistakes, because you can see it coming. You may know the drivers, and you may know how he drives on tracks, and in the future you can act differently with this particular driver or this particular team. You know, he will go in the inside or on the outside at this place. And it's also the point of league racing. You always run the same guys over and over again, and you're used to them and how they are acting on tracks. So it's the good point of league racing in my hands.
100%, mate. I mean, that's the thing, is being able to learn from every race, and like you said, even if you don't necessarily make any mistakes, being able to learn from what other people are doing on track, and that is probably one of the best things about league racing, is you are racing with the same people. You know, every time you're out on track, you're racing with the same people, and you can learn how they race and how they behave, and even to the point where you can remember that at a certain track, a certain driver might be a bit slower going into or coming out of a particular corner, and that's where you're going to concentrate on trying to make a move on them.
Yeah, totally. And we have also the GTM categories that show us even slower driver, or maybe slower drivers. Yeah, we saw at Interlagos. I will not talk about the full sand racing because they were just outstanding in the categories last season.
Mm.
But the second team that finished, I can't remember if they finished the race, but they were in the top three, I think, at some point, and it was also a GTM. But in the overall, when you go to a GTM car, you know the driver might be slower, um, have less experience on the track, on the car, and maybe make a mistakes when you're around. And yeah, it's something's good. And we want to provide a league racing experience to these less experimented drivers. It's always the top drivers that have access to league racing and great championships with a lot of competition. And the real aim of the GTM categories in our championships is to provide to these drivers a way to fight with better driver and improve themselves for the races.
Absolutely, that's brilliant. And you can see the caliber of driver that you've got, the caliber of racing that's here. Um, as a first time visitor to this series, I'm really impressed with how it's run, how the racing is. There are always going to be incidences, and it's very very difficult when you're running these sorts of class cars with such big speed differences, especially between LMP1 and the GT cars. For the most part of it, people tend to behave themselves. There are always going to be, I guess, people who get that what they call the red mist descends, and they just want to, they want to hold on to their position no matter what. But for the most part of it, the racing's been very very good today.
Yeah, like I said, the racing is improving a lot. Drivers learn from the past, and I think we all have the same goal. Is the first one is to have goal is to have fun. Sorry, you have nothing to win in this championship except having a good race, have fun, share fun with the other teams. Yeah, that's it. We don't have prize pool at the end. We do not give money or something else to the drivers. Yeah, it's all about fun, and the main thing is to keep the fun in the race.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think there has to be an element of fun. I mean, in our day-to-day lives, we do, we work, we have other things that go on in our lives. We've got to have something that gives us a little bit of enjoyment, and you wouldn't, I mean, although there probably is a bit of an element of seriousness with some of these guys. Obviously, they want to race to win. I'm sure they're having fun while they're doing it, because if you didn't have fun, you'd probably spend 6 hours of your life doing something else.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, a lot of people are in the race to win. That's fact, because all the competitiveness in LMP1s, LMP2s, and in the GTs, it's, yeah. Some people say, "Oh, there's no level in this championship," but that's totally wrong. We have a lot of good drivers. Maybe they are not showing up in the pro championships on ride racing, but they drive like pro, and they act even better than pro at some point.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know too many people who go to race to get second place. Most people that I know, even the beginners, they want to win. And it's kind of in our nature as a sim racer. When you get behind the wheel of yeah, whatever sim car you're racing in, whatever category you're racing in, you want to win. But you know, I know from experience, when I'm battling with other people on the track, and when the battles are really close, that's when I'm actually enjoying myself the most. When I'm, on the rare occasions where I might find myself on my own in first place, it gets a little bit boring, really.
Yeah, yeah, totally. In the overall, I will vote for myself at least. My goal is to have fun. It's the main thing. If I win without fun, there's no point to win in my eyes.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, if I win, I'm really happy. I had only one win in 2019 in the Euro V8 Championship. It was the greatest race I had, to be honest. In the big V8, it was just amazing. But yeah, I had fun. At some of the races when I finished in the top five with faster guys behind me, but the race was not good because we had a lot of incidents and all the thing like that. And I don't like this kind of races because, yeah, when you don't have fun, even top five, even the first place, it's not the same feeling when you win a race that ended up badly. Yeah, but of course, a lot of people want to win. Um, we have big points to give at the end of each race in the season, so Yeah, we will probably see some aggressive move to get the win. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's almost inevitable, but yeah, look, first and foremost, you've got to have fun. You've got to have fun, because if you're not having fun, you would do something else. So Sam, do you have a particular track that you really enjoy racing at, or I guess one that you might call a favorite track?
My very, very favorite track is Spa, because I'm from Belgium. Spa is a track where I go since I'm a kid. So I run Spa on each sim I have. It's my test track for a sim. But in the overall, I also very, very like Bathurst. It's probably my top two track with the Nürburgring, the combined track for the VLN and the 3T4. Yeah, that's my top three at least.
Yeah, definitely can understand Spa. Spa is an absolutely awesome track. Just the flow and the line, and it just seems to be just made perfectly. I myself, I'm pretty much a V8 driver, and I stick to the V8s, and I absolutely love Spa in the V8. Bathurst, of course. When you're an Australian and you drive the V8, there's no other track that you want to drive it at than Bathurst, and the challenge there to be able to get those clean laps. It's lap after lap. It's just big challenges.
Yeah, it's big challenge track. Yeah, Bathurst is and also the Nordschleife. It's one of the hardest track in the world, I think, with Bathurst, and maybe Monaco is a track like that when you have only walls around you and yeah, are pretty difficult. A few also tracks in the US like Belle Isle and some of track like that are pretty hard. I have something to say about what you say about track, about Spa and the V8. I know some drivers that run the V8 in the Euro V8 League that really dislike Spa, especially in the V8, because they think the cars doesn't suit the track. Uh, in my opinion, I really like the combo, but I'm happy to hear someone enjoying the V8 at Spa. That's good.
Yeah, look, I actually absolutely love that combination of the V8 and Spa, and yeah, I've heard some people say that they don't particularly like that combination, but whenever I race the V8 at Spa, I seem to really thrive. Um, and of course, you can use the V8 to take advantage of as much of the track as you can. I know in iRacing the track limits at Spa in certain places are really tight, but I mean you can still take advantage of as much of those limits as you possibly can. I mean, going through Eau Rouge and Radillon in the V8, when you get it right, there's no better feeling. I think the
Yeah,
only better
it's
feel
awesome.
yeah, I think the only better feeling than that is when you come through Skyline and then you get that run to the dipper perfectly in the V8. Yeah, that's just awesome.
Yeah, it's almost the same tools, but the other way around,
Yeah,
and a bit slower for the deeper. But yeah,
yeah,
it's the same. Yeah, the feeling is the same when you get it right. Yeah, when you go through Skyline and go to the deeper, and you just mash the shifter at the wrong time, it's bad. But when you have it correctly and in the perfect timing, it's so good. The feeling is just awesome.
yep.
Like you said, when you go through the radio at full speed and ended up at the top with no damage, and yeah, the feeling is just awesome.
Yep, and the car glides from one end of the track to the other, and you pretty much know where it's going to stop. But then again, when you get it wrong, you know you've got it wrong before the car sort of lets you know. You go, yeah, this is not going to be good.
Yeah, especially in the V8, when you do it right, it's good, but when you do it wrong, it's really wrong.
Yeah, oh yeah. And what about? I mean, I'm not very versed in the LMP1, and I have heard from people that there is a bit of a knack to driving these cars. What sort of advice would you give someone that was interested in learning how to drive these cars?
Oh, that's a hard one because I did race the LMP1 once, and it was at Le Mans, and we were taken out after 50 minutes of racing again. So I'm not sure I'm the best guy to give advice for LMP1, but yeah, keep in mind you have the boost, use it wisely. Remember, you are very, very faster than the other categories on track. I think it's the main point, but yeah, for more advice, I will let the real P1 drivers talk.
Fair enough. So we've come up across hour 5. We've got 1 hour of racing left to go, and I think things are really starting to heat up now. TQ Engineering Red look like they've really got control of this. They're now 1 minute and 40 seconds. They've got a 1 minute 40-second lead over TQ Engineering, so it looks like they've got a 1-2 in the bag with Simtech Motorsport in 3rd place. So from here on in, I think things are going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I'm still battling for P2 with the Simtech Motorsport, but yeah, P1 is almost in the bag, like you said. No mistakes. Hope for the best for the end, at least.
Yeah, well, it looks like it. So let's just have a quick look here. So TQ Engineering Red had their last pit stop on lap 178. TQ Engineering was on 191 and Simtech Motorsport on 198. So TQ Engineering and Simtech Motorsport seem to be on the same sort of fuel strategy, whereas TQ Engineering Red, it seems to me on their last stop they had a fairly short stop. They only had a 54-second stop. So I'm wondering whether they maybe decided to spread their fuel load over the next 2 stops. So instead of taking a full fuel load and then maybe a smaller stop, a shorter stop at the end, they've decided to spread their fuel over the 2 stops.
Yeah, maybe it's the strategy. I like to go full fuel and do the shortest pit stop at the end, but yeah, some people are trying to spread the fuel in the car between each stop. We'll see if it's a win strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go back to checking a few other people, see what's going on here. So we've got Ramada Motorsport HPD. They're in the pits taking tyres, which has allowed a Abruzzi HPD Pro to move up into 3rd place, but they're probably going to lose that again because they'll most likely need to do another stop before the end of the race.
Yeah, the Ramada Motorsport and they had an issue earlier on in the race when the Pedro, the drivers at this moment, when kicked off iRacing, so they lost a lap.
Yeah.
After one hour of racing, but yeah, no, they're still in the fight for the podium. That's good. That's good for them to get back to this good position. Yeah.
There isn't much more soul destroying, I think, that when you race hard and you've got a good position and then all of a sudden iRacing decides to kick you out of the server. We had that happen at Bathurst, actually. In the Bathurst 12 hour, we were holding down 5th place quite nicely, and with 1 hour to go we were kicked out of the server and I think we ended up by being a lap down in 9th or 10th.
It was pretty close after 11 hours of racing. Only 1 lap down and you lost 5th place. Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah, I think we still managed to race back to 8th, but it was still pretty disappointing.
Yeah, that's really disappointing. It's uh, it, I really don't like being in position when someone is kicked off the spur. Of course, I will not stop the cars and wait for them to come back. But yeah, it's really not good. I don't like when it happens to me or my teammates, and so I don't like when it happens to other cars. The same way as I don't like to gain a spot for an incident. It's not it's not cool. I think we are here to race on track and racing the drivers, not the incidents. But yeah, at least they are in for the third spot in P2. So
Yeah, yeah, 100%. Look, I mean, I think nobody likes that sort of thing. And really, look, when you crash a car, or when you do something silly, or you've got yourself to blame, or one of your teammates makes a mistake, then you go, well, okay, that's something that we can learn from. But when something like that happens, which is completely out of your control, that's probably more demoralizing than anything else. But sometimes I look at it and say, look, in the real world, sometimes electrical gremlins happen in the cars, and they've got to, for whatever reason, the car just won't work, and they've got to go into the pits. You can just say it's the sim equivalent to an electrical gremlin in the real world.
yeah, that's true. That's true. It's the right time to take it, but yeah, it's still bad. I think.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I don't like it at all when that happens, but that's what they say, c'est la vie, and you get on with it.
Yeah, at least it doesn't cost us $1,000.
Yeah, exactly. You just press the reset button. The car's waiting for you in the pits when you come back.
That's the best thing in sim racing.
Yep.
You're still alive when you crash, and you don't have to spend too many bucks in the car when you crashed it.
Absolutely. So now we're seeing the leader, TQ Engineering Red, is coming in for their pit stop. So we're going to see what they're going to do. I'm pretty confident at this stage they're going to take tyres. They've stopped dead on their mark. So they're changing drivers. So they must be perhaps putting their strongest driver in for the last stints. Fueling up, and expect to see the car go up on the jacks and take tyres. All the while, their teammates are catching up. Cars up on the jack. They're going to have a nice, easy hold and be back out on track. The only thing, Sam, you can probably answer this question. So we're looking like we've got at least 50 minutes of racing left. Will these cars make 50 minutes worth of, or do they have 50 minutes worth of fuel in the tank?
I'm not sure. In overall, they are going 40-45 minutes. When us in the P2 are going 55 to 1 hour. Here, we cannot stretch more than 55 in the P2, so I think they have 40 minutes of fuel. Maybe 45 if they are able to save a bit of fuel.
Yeah.
Or if iRacing change the fuel ratio in the car. I'm not really aware of this, but yeah, I think they will have to come for a splash and just go away with it.
So at least a splash and dash. Maybe
Yeah, I
try
think.
for some fuel saving. Actually, if they've got a splash and dash, their best hope now is to go all out and put as big a margin as they can over the guys ahead of them, because the guys ahead of them will have to pit. So that's probably going to give them the hold.
Yeah, we'll see where the others are stopping. If they are capable to stretch a bit their strategy, the TQ engineering and the Simtech Motorsport. Maybe they have a card to play in the game. We'll see. If this first TQ engineering red is have to make a splash, and they have to go through the pit lanes. stop at the pit, a bit of fuel, and then go. They have 33 seconds. The two other car will have to pit, that's for sure. Yeah, it's gonna be tight. Yeah, but I think they will go away with it if nothing's bad happen.
Yep. At this stage, if they're able to maintain the pace that they have been maintaining, and like you said, nothing bad happens to them, they are probably sitting in the box seat now. Now, when we look at TQ Engineering and then Simtech, now Simtech are currently 7 seconds behind TQ Engineering, but they've had 7 laps. They've got 7 laps more fuel up their sleeve, so which means TQ Engineering is going to have to be stationary for a little bit longer. So things might change in the pits.
Yeah, this might change in the pits. Maybe Simtech will take the second place, and we will have a fight for position till the end of the race. It would be great.
Yep, absolutely. Morning, Ken. How are you, mate? We've got people on the chat saying good morning. One of my teammates that was just didn't want to come and stay up all night and commentate. I don't know what's wrong with them, really.
Yeah, I don't know too. We have people saying we are crazy to do the 24 race on us two. You are live in the night to cover the broadcast. I don't know why people are like that. It's easy to stay alive. Yeah, I say that alive, but it's not real life.
I think it was last year we had somebody in Le Mans with us who was on his own attempting to race for 24 hours. Oh, looks like we've had a crash. I'll see if we can find it in the replay. Just going up through the S's. Here we go. Oh, look at that. Probably a car on the outside closing in on the car on the inside where he shouldn't have been, and that just ended up badly for both of them.
Yeah, it was the 451 and the other one, I can't see it. Yeah, the 301, the overdrive performance. I think they don't see the car, the AM car coming out of the pits. And yeah, that's typical racing incident. The BM just came up from the pits, and yeah, the other car didn't see him. Sometimes it happens in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're probably at that stage now too of the race where everybody has turned up the intensity. We've got 45 minutes worth of racing left. So everyone has decided to turn up the intensity and try to get those last few positions if they can.
Yeah, people are fighting those positions still, and I think they were not so far from the car in front of them, the 301 car. And sometimes it's happened. You do not see the car coming out from the pits. It's pretty blind in these corners in particular. I think on this track, I was also surprised at some point in my stints where people came from the pits. I had chance to be in the P2 and was faster than the GT, but when it's GT against GT, you have the same pace, and yeah, it ended up badly for both of them. So that's bad, but sometimes it's happened.
Absolutely, yeah. That becomes a real challenge when you've got two cars that are similar pace, like two GTs or two LMP1s that can really put the cat amongst the pigeons. It looks like TQ Engineering sort of they're eking out a little bit of a gap here on Simtech Motorsport. They know that they're going to have to be stationary for a little bit longer, put a little bit more fuel in. So they're trying to get ahead of the guys from Simtech now.
Yeah, all they have to do now is push, and hope for the best for the end, because being stationary longly in the pits, then Simtex will cost them few tenths. Oh, we're
And we've just
almost
had a
crashing.
yes.
A huge moment between the GT and the Simtech car.
That unfortunately I missed that on my timing screen. If it comes up, we'll certainly go to it on the replay. But that was a big moment, and that cost the Simtech car a couple of extra seconds there, so which they probably didn't really need to give up.
Yeah, it's 2-3 seconds lost on this one, and yeah, it may cost us the second place.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Meanwhile, TQ Engineering, red out front there, they continue to sort of make headway. So they've got a 31 second lead now over TQ Engineering. They're coming up against a bit of traffic, but everything seems to be okay there for them. And that incident hasn't come up on my timing screen yet, which is really unusual.
It was not really an incident. There are no contact and so on, so it will not show up in your timing screen.
Yeah.
Because the Joker Sim Racing GT cars was on the right, and the Simtex Motorsport was on the left, and goes full speed in the straight after the S's. And I think the GT cars didn't saw them, so they went a bit on the left, and they had to brake very hard to avoid the contact with the GT.
Okay. Yep. I can't see it with my screen obscured, but I thought the GT car was off the road, but obviously not.
No, they were not. I think it was a big code brown in both sides, but yeah, they got away with it.
Live to fight another day.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Let's see if we can find some. Like everyone has sort of started to spread out a little bit. There's a bit of a battle here between World of Sim Racing and H2 Performance SRT, but H2 Performance SRT is about a second, almost 2 seconds behind World of Sim Racing, so they've got a bit of ground to make up. But it's still interesting to see that after 6 hours of racing, there are cars which are separated by less than 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm still amazed by this. We had this kind of battle also at the last race of season 2, where people were still fighting after 6 hours of racing, and we had almost on every race the battle almost for first position. We had some good battles between the N-Race Esport and I think it was the Overdrive Performance. We also had the GTRS. They are not racing with us this year, but they were pretty good in season 1 and 2, and they made the show a lot of times in the front position in GT. Yeah, it's good to see. We still have people fighting for position after almost 6 hours of racing.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely brilliant. Also, just notice here that that obviously the BMW seems very very strong here. Would you classify this track maybe as a track that favours the BMW M8, or you think there's not much difference between the cars? It just comes down to driver style.
Yeah, I think the VM are very good at this track. Into practice session, we also saw lots of BM in the front spots. Even the arm driver were really good in the BM. In quali mode, I think they are better than the other. in race mode, that's something different. It's more on the driver because you have to be consistent in your stint. But yeah, it's more on the driver, I think, on the long run. But yeah, on pure lap speed, I think the BM is better.
Yeah, it seemed to look like it was. It's just it seems to be slightly stronger overall. Surprisingly, though, we've got a Ford GT in here, and I think it's our only Ford GT competing in this round, and they're holding down third position for their class quite convincingly as well.
Yeah, the Any Race Sport is one of the teams fighting for the lead last season, and they will probably fight for the lead also this season. I'm pretty sure that they choose the Ford. And I know the Ford is not a car that people like on iRacing. I don't really know why. I think it's a good car in my eyes, but I'm not choosing a car for its capabilities on track, but more the feeling I have with it. For me, it's the Ford and the BM that are the best for my kind of racing. But yeah, it's nice to see all of the car on the grid. It's the only Ford that's bad. It would be great if we had a proper BOP for my racing and impress people in the Ford to have more diversity in the championship. But yeah, that's nice to see at least one.
Absolutely. And look, I've always been of the opinion that the Ford is probably one of the faster cars overall. One of the cars that you can actually get the most out of pretty much at any track. The only thing that I've personally found with the Ford is that as it gets light on fuel, sometimes it becomes very word I'm looking for. It can catch you off guard very easily, and you don't see it coming.
Yeah, I did not run it for a while, to be honest. I can't remember, but I was always good in the GTs. I mean, the feeling of the GTs are very good. The car are stuck on the ground. I'm used to the V8, so when I come to the P1 and the P2, sorry, and sometimes the GT cars, I feel like I'm driving an LMP1 because yeah, I feel stuck on the ground. But yeah, maybe it's something with the Ford. I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think the car's brilliant, but it's just that tendency of being able to catch you unaware. And but the people, what I've noticed is the people who can actually control those cars, who can drive them properly, are usually properly quick.
I can tell you they are quick. That's something. The N races for drivers are really quick,
Yep.
unlike some other front track. We also have GTM cars, but they are not racing today. The Mustard Seed Mavericks, a US team. They are with us since the beginning of the championship. If I'm not mistaken, I think they were in the Prologue, so yeah. And they are stuck with the Ford since the very first race. So I think they don't care about BOP and so on, and they really love the Ford.
They just
That's good.
yeah, no, that's fantastic. It's fantastic to see guys sort of stepping out and being a little bit more diverse with the cars that they're running.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's dumb. We are always running the same car in P2, because, okay, we have only one car, but maybe it's for them. No, but yeah, they won Le Mans last year in the GTM with the Ford. That was not some reason for them.
Awesome.
I know they were very happy with that. Yeah, it was very fun to see this little team with only AM drivers. They had no pro in the team. at this time, and yeah, they were very, very impressive, and they had a very great win. It was very nice to see them at this position.
That's awesome. Now we've got TQ Engineering have come into the pits, so let's check them out. So they're going to be doing their last stop, I'd say. Where are we now? We're just a little over 33 minutes before the end of the race. So with these races, is it usually 6 hours and they've taken fuel and no tyres? So with these races, is it usually 6 hours plus 1 lap, or is it 6 hours once the lead driver crosses the start-finish line?
When we reach 6 hours, it's the last lap of the race.
Brilliant. Okay.
It's like that on iRacing, and when you reach the end, it's the end. So it depends when the first car, the car who counts here is the LMP1 169, at the moment at least. When we reach 6 hours of racing, last time they cross the line, it's the end.
It's the end. Brilliant. And so where we are now, so we should be seeing SimTech in the pits, I'd say probably in the next 6 or 7 laps. Remember, they had about I think they had about 7 laps worth of fuel more than TQ Engineering.
TQ went in the pit on lap 191 and the SimTech on 198. So yeah, it's 10 laps worth of fuel.
Yeah. And then we've got TQ Engineering Red, which still now holds a 47-second lead. So they should most likely hold onto their lead, I'd say. So we're now down to the last half an hour of racing. So be prepared for a flurry of pit stops where, a few splash and dashes here and there. TQ Engineering Red at this stage seem like they're in the box seat. It's going to be very interesting to see where SimTech Motorsport come in. And how much fuel they need to take. Like we said, they had 7 laps on TQ Engineering, so you would expect them to need to put in less fuel in the car. But TQ Engineering did stop for fuel only, which was the smart move, and I would expect that SimTech Motorsport will do the same thing.
Yeah, TQ Engineering make the call. No tires, do the same or stay behind. I think it's a call.
Yeah, that's the sort of call that they're going to have to make. As we see TQ Engineering Red just negotiate a couple of the BMW M8s. I think that might have actually been no, that wasn't Full Send. That was German Sim Racing, so they would have been wary of those guys and let them go, because the last thing they'd want to do is get into any sort of incident so close to the end of the race.
I'm looking at the GT battle for the second place in GT AM categories between World of Sim Racing and the H2 Performance. The the gap between the both of them is now stretched to 9 seconds. So it looks like World of Sim Racing is gaining. And the L1 Esports Red, the 4th place, is only 30 seconds behind the H2 Performance. I don't know if they will have to pit again in this race. 180. Yeah, I think they're good to the end in the GT. But yeah, 30 seconds is not that far. Mistake may happen easily, and yeah, we'll see. It's something to keep an eye on. The 2, 3, 4th place for GTM.
Absolutely. Those guys are close enough together that, yep, one mistake from any of them, especially World of Sim Racing or H2 Performance SRT, can have a massive effect on the outcome of the race. So, yep, definitely have to keep an eye on those guys. Looks like everything at with the P2 HPDs is pretty much stabilized with TCR, their Team Challenge Racing, holding down first place in their category, and they have been holding down first place for pretty much most of the race, with RSR Esport LMP2 in second and Ramada Motorsport in third. I think Abruzzi HPD Pro might be just too far behind now to be able to affect anything, unless there's something major that happens to any one of the top three there in the HPD class.
Yeah, still a long way to go, even if it's 25-minute sprint. I'm pretty sure the TCR and the RSR Esports have to come to the pits once more.
Yeah.
Or they just went to the pits. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think they came to the pits in the last few laps. So they're good to the end, I think. We are probably good to the end with them. Last time I checked, we were about a 1 lap splash or good. We didn't really know. And the Ramada Motorsport, they are based on the same strategy as us, if I can say strategy, of the thing that happens. And Abruzzi guys have pitted after the Ramada Motorsport, so they should be okay to the end also.
Yep. They should look good to the end. And like you said, even though there's 25 minutes left of racing, there's a lot that can happen in 25 minutes.
Yeah, we are now in the endurance races. We are doing sprint after sprint, and it's all sprint races now, even if it's 6, 10, or 24 hours. It's like in the real world, they are doing sprint races for hours, and it's almost the same here.
Yeah. They're not really taking it easy. They are, these days, they're really pushing, for the entire race. And now we see TQ Engineering Red. They're sort of, once again, they're opening up their gap. Their last lap, they're in the high 27s, with Simtech Motorsport now in second place, doing 27.4, and TQ Engineering have fallen down to about 20 seconds behind them. So their fuel, they must have just recently stopped, and they're definitely fuel to the end now.
Yeah, they've stopped 7 laps ago. The TQ Engineering and Simtech will come very, very shortly, because they had 7 laps worth of fuel.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the 20 seconds will be enough to stay in front of the TQ Engineering, because all the way to the pit lane, to the pit box. It's almost 20 seconds. So
Yeah.
yeah, they will lose the second spot again, and we'll see a 1-2 for TQ Engineering.
At this stage, yeah. I mean, TQ Engineering, their last lap was a 1:27.2, so they put another 2/10 on Simtech Motorsport. So yeah, you're right. Simtech haven't pitted, so they'll be in any lap now, and it looks pretty promising that TQ Engineering will take back that second place spot.
Yeah, they lost 1 second at Simtech on this lap. They just did 28.2, so it's 1 second slower than the TQ Engineering. Maybe their goal is only to reach the end of the race and yeah, grab the podium.
Well, at this stage, as long as nothing goes wrong, they're looking pretty good for a podium. But there's still a lot of racing to do. Still anything that can happen. We are down to the closing stages here of this 6-hour race.
Yeah, as long as they finish the race, the 3 LMP1 will stay in the podium. Because the 4 car, the 102, is 34 minutes behind, so it's more than the racing left in the session.
Yeah, there's really not much chance of anything happening. It's basically going to come down to the last pit stop, and at this stage, with the last pit stop, it does look like TQ Engineering is going to take back second place.
Yeah, I think we are gonna lose our 8 spots on the overall on the gold racing team. The MP1 will probably pass down before the end of the race. They have only 30 seconds back on us, so yeah, it's a spot lost for us. But yeah, it's not a big deal. We don't have a lot of racing except this P1 battle at the moment. The world of sim racing is gaining times on the H2 performance, and the H2 performance is gaining time on L1 esports. Full send racing in GT has 2 minutes on the German sim racing, and then 43 seconds to N race esports. So I think these 3 spots for GT Pro are done, except an incident before the end, and same goes for the GTM. And as I'm talking, the Simtex enter the pits.
Let's have a look at Simtech Motorsport. We're going to see them in the pits, and we should see TQ Engineering catch up pretty quickly, and here they go, taking back second place. So Simtech Motorsports, they'll be fueling up, they'll do what they need to do, and they're going to head out to make sure that they secure third place. So I'd say nothing silly from here.
Yeah, no tires, there you go.
Yep, just nice and smooth, no risks, and they're just going to finish the race in those positions.
Yeah, gap is now 18 seconds, so yeah, except a big incident in front, they will sit on third place.
Yeah. Same goes for TCR, RSR Esports, and Ramada Motorsports. Everything seems to be fine there, the status quo. So it looks like, barring a massive incident, everything is looking like a bit of a foregone conclusion. Yes, that's right. Green is GTE Pro and orange is GTE AM. If you have a look at the top of the screen, you'll notice that that we've got color coding there for P1, P2, GT Pro and GT AM.
Yeah, the GTM is the same as the GT Pros. They're both running GTE cars. It's the same cars. It's the same categories in the game, but they have a specific regulation in the GTM for the drivers. They can only have one driver with more than 200, 2,500 of I ratings. It's all we classified pro drivers in our championship. So only one in the race. We are working on a rule for the championships and for one where the pro driver will have to stay in the car less than a certain amount of time. We were using fair share from iRacing in the past, but yeah, it comes out that pro drivers can race 5 hours out of 6 and still be okay, and it's not correct for the overall GT AM category. So yeah, we are working on something that pro driver will not be able to drive more than 2 stints out of 6 for the 6-hour races. It's some things currently under discussion between us and all the GTM managers. Yeah, we will come with a rule updates for this in the next few weeks before the round one.
Excellent. So that's going to really sort of enable the GT AM drivers or the amateur drivers to have more seat time in the cars.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point. It's to have AM driver racing AM drivers, not lots of AM driver racing 1 or 2, almost AM, almost pro team in the GTM categories. Of course, it's a season long. It's a long season, or 1 year long. We'll have drivers who will increase the level of racing. So we may have at the end some drivers that are in fact pro drivers, but we will not update the rating over the season because we cannot change a team from AM to pro in mid-season because they will lost their points because they are not scoring in the same championship. Of course, we have separate championship for GTM and GT Pro. So yeah, it's basically all we are working at the moment.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. I mean, when they enter the series, they enter as a amateur driver because their I rating is at what you consider to be acceptable level, which is under 2,500. And so they should stay the amateur until they register for the new series or the new season. Sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. It would be not fair to move the team in GT Pro mid-season and make them lose their points and have to start over and over again. We will probably lose the team, to be honest.
Yep.
If I had my point preset after 5 races out of 10, I will just say, okay, bye.
Yep. No.
Because there's no point to continue the championship. It's the same in real life. In fact, drivers are promoted each year or so, and sometimes you have amateur drivers in Le Mans, for example. You have very, very good amateur drivers who race almost as fast as pro drivers. And it's the same, you learn, you grow up, and go faster. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you place a limit on the pro drivers' I rating for when they're teamed up with an amateur driver?
No, no. Basically, they cannot. If pro driver they want, it's if it's 25,000 high rating. Maybe a day we'll have someone in this level. They can,
Fair enough.
but not more than the allowed stints they will have.
Yep, no, awesome. And we're really closing down now, so 13 minutes left to go in this race. So we started 5 hours and 47 minutes ago, and we've come a long way. So where are we at the moment? So leader is just about to complete his 233rd lap. A lot of racing has been done here since the green flag. And it's an absolute testament to all the drivers that are still on track. Racing in one of these events is a fairly big deal, but finishing one is a feat in itself.
Yeah, it's always good to finish on the roads race because you're fighting against each other, but you're also fighting against yourself. You have to be focused all your stint longs, and a lot of the car are running on 2 drivers in these 6-hour races, so it's 3 or both in most of the case. So yeah, it's 3 hour focus. You have to stay focused all the way long. Yeah, it's sometimes hard because you have all the things around. It's not for your job. A lot of us would really appreciate to be in this job, but it's not the case. It's just something fun we do. If you're right, our care is it, and you're doing this in our free time for fun, and yeah, it's sometimes quite hard to stay focused all the stint longs. Yeah.
100%, yeah. Look, they are. It's very easy to wander during a stint. It's very easy to sort of wander after 6 hours. You know, if you're jumping into your last stint or your last double stint. Yeah, it doesn't take much to upset the car or for you to make a mistake.
Yeah, and especially on these tracks when I think most people run low downforce setups. I don't know about the P1 to be honest, but we goes for low downforce in the P2, and I think looking at the speed of all the other in P2, they were also in low downforce setups. In this high temperatures track, you may lose the rear very easily at some point of the race. The races when you pass a car can be tricky, and yeah, you have few spots like that. You have low downforce. And I see the TCR is on the grass.
Yeah.
The leader of the P2 category made a mistake just 10 minutes before the end.
The car looks fairly straight. They don't look to have any big damage on the car. Maybe a little bit at the front.
Yeah, on the front right, yes, they hit the wall. Good for them. They had 2 minutes worth of gap, and the leader of P1 is in the pits, the T2 Engineering Red.
And
so a lot of action in this last 10 minutes.
Yep, must be he's in for his splash and dash. So he's got a minute 5 second lead. So let's look for a splash and dash here. A little bit of fuel and then straight out.
Yeah, they should do the first place. More than in 1 minute. Yeah, they're already gone. So yeah, that was very fast. So Still first, nice, good job.
There's a nice holdout for them. First place, TQ Engineering currently sitting in second, and Simtech Sport in third. So someone send a message to TQ Engineering Red, tell them to slow down for a form finish.
Yeah, I don't know, when you slow down, when you're a race pace like that, it's the time when you are starting to make mistakes. I think you lose your braking spots and when you're slower and so on. So I think they have to push to the end.
No,
Pretty sure.
I couldn't agree more. Once you start slowing down, yeah, you actually start messing with your race rhythm, and like you said, you know, you're not braking in the same place, and that's when you've got more of a possibility of having a mistake or making a mistake than if you're running at your normal race pace.
Yeah, you are doing laps and laps and laps in 6 hours now, and if you change the last 5 minutes, you may lock the tires and ended up in the wall. And 1 minute when you hit the wall, it's not that long.
No.
Yeah, TCR looks like they are losing times with the damage, but they should go away with it. 6 minutes and 1 minute 30 seconds ahead of the ESIA Sport, so they should be okay till the end.
Yeah.
And they're going another time in the grass at the same spots. I think it's not a good idea to commit to the same mistakes they did previous laps. Yeah, would be great to be a bit careful. Another wall would probably cost them the win, I think. So yeah.
Yep. Right about now, you know, they have to decide. They want to keep pushing, or do they want to finish the race first? They may not be able to do both.
Yeah, 5 minutes left, and yeah, they're going 3 right on the inside, or at turn 1, that's, yeah. It's nice to be able to go wide in this turn 1, to be honest. You can brake very late when you're in the proto, and out brake a bit and just go wide and get back on track in front of the GT you just passed. It's a nice thing we have on the US tracks. The big runoff area are really usable, and it's something you don't have at Spa, for example.
No.
You just hit the white line and you have an incident. So yeah, it's the way racing goes in the US and in Europe. It's really very, very different. I were used to the Euro racing kind of racing, I mean, and when I start racing at Watkins, I never go off the line, and I saw all the people going wide, and I was just, wow, why are they doing this? It's just off track for me. And I watched a lot of US racing since then. Now I understand the feeling and the mind of US racing, and it's both are good in my eyes. It's good to see both of them, in fact.
Yeah, look, they have they very much have different philosophies with the way that they race in the American races and the way they race in the European races. And then again, you know, you've got the oval racing, which is completely different again.
Yeah, in oval racing, if they go out of the line, they are most of the wall.
Yeah.
Except at Watkins and Sonoma, of course, the two road track and maybe Charlotte Prologue. They have no, but yeah, they are pretty much in the wall if they go over the line. But yeah, it's yeah, the racing are really different. It's also really different in Australia. I mean, you have these great V8 cars. We don't really have this in Europe, so yeah, it's good to see all this kind of racing um, from all over the world, and we have all of this on the same thing on iRacing. That's great.
Which is and it's accessible to anyone that wants it, which is absolutely
Yeah,
fantastic. Yeah, and we can see that the TCR car is slowing down quite a bit. They are
I think they are waiting for the leader now, the NMP1 leader.
they don't want to do
Maybe
the extra lap.
they don't want to. Maybe they're short of fuel. I don't know, or they are really bad damage. I do not want to commit another lap.
Mm. I mean, the car doesn't look that badly damaged, but perhaps they're just nursing it now. They know they've got a decent gap. They just want to nurse it to bring it home. Although that gap,
Yeah, and yeah, the gap is going down very drastically. They are only 1.14 now.
yeah, yeah. So maybe they are waiting. Though, oh, look at this! They're stopping. TCR are
Uh,
stopping,
and they're off.
and they're
Oh,
off.
that's bad.
So that excursion into the wall probably was worse than either of us thought it was.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the wall. It didn't look that bad, to be honest. Maybe they ran out of fuel.
That's probably a real possibility. But I mean, wow, they probably had enough time to go into the pits. They just completely missed the pit entry. Unusual.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking in the cockpit now, the car, the TCR car in the previous laps. The wheel is not straight, that's for sure, but it doesn't look that bad. Um, I'm Yeah, they were going very slow in the straight. I think it's fuel issue.
That's disappointing. But I mean, it's very disappointing. Hmm. Do you think do you think the car may have had a meatball flag, and they didn't want to pit because they knew that if they did, they may not be able to get back out on track?
Maybe it's why. And try to reach the end, but uh, yeah, I don't really know. I think we'll have to ask the TC guys. I don't know if
Absolutely.
they are watching now, but guys, if you're watching, tell us what happened because
Here we
yeah,
go.
it's very disappointing for you.
So TQ Engineering crossed the line first after 6 hours. TQ Engineering red, I'm sorry, with TQ Engineering coming up in second place. And Simtech Motorsport LMP1 in third. Great driving from those three cars, and it looks like RSR Esport LMP2 will finish in first, but it looks like TCR have been able to hold out and keep second place there in their class.
Yeah, I think they will keep the second place. But yeah, if they're not finishing the race, iRacing will show them as disconnected or DQ or I don't know,
Yeah.
and they will not score the position at the end. At least it's how it works in the championship.
Yep.
If you do not cross the line, you're not classed as finished. So yeah, as of now with the standings, they will be second, but I think at the end they will be out of the race. It's showing out on the right side of the timing tour. So yeah, it's probably Ramada will finish second in the official result tomorrow, and Abruzzi Sport will take the third place.
Fantastic. So at this stage, these placings will be provisional, and of course they'll then be confirmed. But so let's go through the results now with TQ Engineering Red, the winner of the Prologue at Watkins Glen, with TQ Engineering second, and Simtech in Motorsport in third, and we have this Gold Racing team in fourth, L1 Esport LMP1 fifth, Lone Wolf Motorsport in sixth, Old Dogs Racing. So these are very much provisional, because some of these definitely didn't see their were out very early in the piece. And this doesn't seem to be working and give me what I wanted, which is always more than a little annoying when the race results don't
sometimes come up. Yeah, sometimes the SDK gaming with Steam result is not working properly. I had a bit of issue last race. Maybe I will try on my side if I can give you some hints, but yeah, they changed something in the how the thing works, and maybe it's not working anymore for team racing, at least like I did for last race.
Let's have a look here. Well, perhaps let's go to the easiest way is let's go to the timing tower here, and that will tell the story, with TQ Engineering Red finishing first, with TQ Engineering in second, Simtech Motorsport LMP1 in third. For the P2 LMP2 class, RSR Esport LMP2 in first, TCR provisionally in second, but that will probably bring Ramada Motorsport LMP2 up into second, and then elevate Abruzzi HPD Pro into third. Gold Racing Team LMP1 in fourth. ESIA Racing in fifth. Well done, Sam. Top 5 there, mate. Good job. Full Send Racing in sixth there, and first in their GTE Pro class. German Sim Racing in second there in their class. N-Race Esports in third, and then in the GTE AM we're looking at Rebirth Sim Racing and World of Sim Racing in second, and H2 Performance SRT in third. So fantastic race all up. Great driving, great racing. A few hard luck stories that we've seen today, but that always happens. It doesn't only just happen in endurance racing, it happens in sprint racing as well. So congratulations to everyone that drove today. Great job. Congratulations to the winners. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, congrats for the drivers, all of the finishers, and yeah, all of the people that show up today. And yeah, we have a lot of people talking on Discord, and that provides ideas and helps, and that help us to improve the series. So yeah, we hope to keep up this good thing together, and that was, I think, not as bad as we had in the past. I think the driver still can do better, but it was overall a good race.
I think there's always going to be room for improvement. There's always going to be things that you could possibly do better, and that's what differentiates a really good league to, I guess, an okay one. Is the good ones are always looking to improve, are always looking to learn from what they've done, and just do that little bit better again.
Yeah, totally agree with you.
Now, will we get the winners up for interviews, or how does this work with this series, Sam? I probably one question that I should have asked before.
Yeah, no worries, mate. It's the Prologue. We are here for testing. So usually, teams ask for interviews, or you can also ask. You have a team to broadcast, right channel. I just dropped the question in it to see if people will come for an interview. If they want, they will join the interview room, and we just have to grab them in the live channel, and will be good to talk.
Fantastic. I guess from your perspective, what was the most challenging part of this particular race?
Playing with iRacing special events. That was the main thing, because they released the date very, very late, and we had to move the race 2 weeks ago. So to avoid the clash with the battle straps, and it's the main thing. When we plan our season, we don't have iRacing planning, and of course they do not care about when we are racing. So it was the main thing. In general, it's all the same for the races on our perspective, because we have all the background work to do before the race. We do not practice as much as we want, and yeah, it's sometimes quite hard. But we have a lot of help from the race control guys, Elmar, Daniel, Clyde at some point when he's not asleep in his bed. So I'm joking, Clyde. Enjoy your Daytona. But overall, we have lots of help from people, even from drivers from the league, that throw ideas in the suggestion channel, and sometimes we have some good ideas that we keep and we introduce to the league for the rules and so on. So in general, it's all the same. Every race is the same. The track doesn't really matter. We almost like all the tracks we go, because it's racing in the end. So we do our thing, or a practice session, and we try to attend some other practice, but not really a lot of time this time, because it was the prologue and we had a lot of things to sort out. But in overall, it was a good point.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, it was from my point of view, it was very interesting to watch. It was very interesting to broadcast. My first time actually operating the broadcast and commentating at the same time. So that was interesting. A bit of a challenge. A bit of a challenge to stay awake. And I completely understand your point of view with iRacing, because of the Bathurst 12 hour and the late release of the calendar. We had I think we had the Panorama Drivers Club and Daytona 500 pushed to yesterday, so that was 2 broadcasts for me yesterday and this one today. So I can quite happily say that I am going to sleep very, very well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. Thank you to stay alive. Awake, sorry, not alive, awake. I have to sort of my words. Sorry. Yeah, thanks to Eric. This late for you. Right? It's almost time to not sleep. In fact, because it's already the morning in your side of the world.
Yeah, well, any normal person would be getting up to get ready to go to work. Now it's 6:20 in the morning on a Monday morning here, but I have I'm lucky enough that I don't have to do that today, so I can have a bit of a sleep in. And I've got to thank you, Sam, for coming in for the last hour and a bit, or couple of hours there, and saving me from nodding off and perhaps snoring in my chair while people were watching and thinking, what's going on? There must be a problem with the broadcast.
Yeah. We already had broadcast without commentating in the past in the 24 race. It was too long for only one person. So yeah, I also do the cameras on my own for the V8 league. So yeah, I know how it's hard to do the cameras and then talking about all what happened on the track. I'm used to be quiet in the broadcast because in the other league, like, won't let me talk at all. He doesn't like my English, so yeah. I hope some people will understand me today. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun to join you.
I'm sure you had plenty of people understand you. We may not have had plenty of people understand me though, but anyway, we'll see. I'm sure we're going to be able to find some people to fill up some commentary positions for the first official race of the series. So we'll certainly see how that goes. But
Yeah.
you know, it was fantastic. It was very, very enjoyable, and definitely look forward to the next race, which is going to be is that the Autodromo International Enzo e Dino Ferrari, which is Imola.
Yeah, exactly.
The date is yet to be set, but once we know, we'll be giving people plenty of notice.
Yeah, time of day should be something like 3 a.m. 3 p.m. So sorry for the start time. I have to see if we switch to the summertime or not at this point. But yeah,
fantastic.
It's something around there.
Brilliant. And this will be another 6-hour race. So absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I hope so.
So I guess that's it from me. Thank you everybody for joining us for the prologue here for the ESIA Endurance Championship. I'm JP from SimShed Broadcasting, saying thank you to Sam and thank you for everyone watching, and we'll catch you for the next round.
Yeah, thanks you, man. Thanks for the broadcast. I also want to thank ESIA for sponsoring all the series and Sim Racing Academy to joining us this year. Yeah, very thanks to both of them, and thanks to you.
Absolutely, thank you, and we'll catch you for the next one.